Can't be too loud. As much as I want to. There are people sleeping, man. There are people sleeping, man. How you doing? So listen, man. There comes a time in every man's life when he needs to choose his family or his destiny. I stir up trouble and I take the fall because everyone else is too afraid to, and I have nothing to live for. I love my family to death, but if they won't see the light, it's scary. It's terrifying, bro. It's terrifying to do what I've done. Out in the cold and alone, clutching a hatchet under a blanket in a snowstorm. Knowing I have so many dreams. I'm not just sitting here. I'm sitting here fighting. I'm sitting here learning. Until I can't take it. And then I have to keep going. I don't get to go to bed. The city needs a hero. And I'm waiting to see who's brave enough to join. Hello. Welcome. It should fill up. I'm waiting on Susie Fairfield and Heather and some of the OGs and some of the new Gs. I'll tell some stories. I'll reveal some universe-breaking secrets that the people that you watch on your For You page are hiding deep in their consciousness, and they're too afraid to say it because they'll be getting that text message. It's very simple if you put yourself in danger. You wake up. What did the lobster man Jordan Peterson, the lobster man Jordan Peterson, hello, I can feel you. What did the lobster man Jordan Peterson say? He said, when you put yourself in a new environment, goodbye. When you put yourself in a new environment, the lightning bugs are coming. When you put yourself in a new environment, your DNA awakens and you remember so much more information that's stored inside of you that you've been lulled into hiding from yourself. Goodbye. I was forced to, over and over and over again since I was born, when my mother's umbilical cord was wrapped around my neck and they took me up to space in midday and they flew me north. I lost them. What do you want to hear? You want to hear some pussy stories? This is me. I'm angsty because I'm upset. I'm upset that I'm putting this, but it's very fun at times. That's a good story. One time when I got out of the retreat and I was in a foster home. I reunited with my father. I brought him because he had only seen me way on top of a mountain building Legos, being a snotty kid, reading books, and then he'd get enraged and he'd smash all my pianos and rip my books in half, and he'd throw knives at the wall, and one missed me by this much. And I'd have to fight him because we're bears, we're animals. We don't have the genetics you do. We're not normal people. There's a reason that I go into the woods and the deer will sit with me, and I can call it black-capped chickadee and it'll come sit with me, and the cats hang out with me all the time. I'm this. It's. They're saying it's redundant. I've already said it a million times. But so my dad would go crazy and we'd have to fight. I've had so many dreams that I'm sitting in a room fighting my father, and then some rich oligarch, some CEO of some bank that my father used to train their kids would come in and say, "Thank you so much for all the energy." They were farming us. But when I got out of the retreat, when I cold called out of my way, I cold called my way out with my 10-minute phone calls. I would call random members of the town, and I would just fight. I'd have to play pretend, and I'd have to wait for the perfect moment to sneak, smacking the girl's ass, and she'd go, "You're bad," in the best way. And then we'd go upstairs, and I'd take my friend's shark tooth necklace, and I'd cut a hole in the wall to the other room in the co-ed's room, and then we'd trade underwear together and pass notes. And when I finally got out and I got all of my Celtic brothers out with me into this foster home, that I convinced this old man to take the rest of them out, and I would raise them. Fuck it. So I'd take them to the gym every day. I had the hottest girl in school. She'd walk up to me and play with her hair in my aisle, and I was just practicing jokes. She took my virginity. Beautiful, thick redhead. Born on the 20th. So I brought him to this restaurant, and the waiter comes in, very skinny. I can feel all of her traumas. I knew she was molested as a child. But she's trying to be the queen. She's trying to be the server. I'm like Joe from You right now. She's trying to be the server. She's trying to be like ahead of the thing. Now I know she's an Aries. She came up to me, and I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" "Oh, I'm Casey. I'm new in town. This is my father, Gary." Gary said hi, because Gary is an animal. He used to be this charismatic stand-up comedian, most popular guy in town, this ball of wildfire. But he'd been reduced because the police had traumatized him so much, and the rich have taken everything we've owned. Every time we get it, we fight so hard, we endure so much, we put everything on our back because we know what's right. We know they're kicking us down and keeping us in this cage, but the bear wants to be free, and we're going to be free eventually, and we're going to just keep going and keep going and keep going, and eventually we get it. And then when we get it, some rich Jew comes out of nowhere and finds a loophole and steals our property and steals our car, steals our love, steals everything we hold dear as soon as we get it, and then we're forced to come back down to the pit, and we're just fighting and fighting and fighting. We're mauling gladiators to death. We're stomping through the town. We're making all the girls laugh. Everybody wants to be around us, but they're too afraid to admit it, so they judge us, and they stunt on us, and they do their white pride thing where they talk about all their cool trucks and all the things that they have. And then my dad and I are just sitting there. We're sitting there in our big red throne. Let's see. Let's show you what the universe has provided me. So remember how I lost my fold-out red chair? Then I found this bad boy in the woods. Bam! Look at that. That's an album cover right there. So I say, "Hey, are you cool?" She's like, "Yeah, I mean, I like to think so." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." We order. She goes back. I can feel that she's thinking about what I said. I'm having a whole conversation with my father. We're making jokes. We're making everybody else laugh. We're setting an example to these pussy, white, American, Vermont losers because we're loud and we're boisterous and we're having a good time. I'm trying to bring my father back from the dead. I'm trying to invigorate that fire in his heart that I've been fighting through the retreat, and I fought through the programs, and I fought through the cold. I'm trying to bring my father back. I'm showing him in public, look what we can do. Look how powerful you are. But I'm just giving hints. Because I wasn't as wild, and I was reserved, I was trained, I was beaten into submission and forced to hide inside of my body. Right? So she comes back. nice interaction. And I fold her a little rose. I ask for a number. She puts a number on the receipt. I rip the receipt in half, take the number, and I fold, as she's going back to get the rest of the food for us to go, I fold the receipt into a little origami rose. And I give it to her. And then we leave. Because I provided a good experience. I made an event happen. I brought the energy in. I expressed it to all those people. I gave them a reference point in their mind that they could access for the rest of their life to teach them something that we created. We were a role model. And then to embed it in their mind, I gave them a souvenir. Is what good? What is status anyway? What's good? Oh, if you say not much, you're banned. if you if he says, "Is it good?" and then I said, "What's good?" and he says, "Not much," you're banned. Get him out of the chat. I can't yell. They'll call the police. I can't yell, and my lungs are full of smoke. So, the people that are new here, I can recruit people in the spirit realm, and I make them work for me, and they become my processing plants that feed me vibes, and we work with the Most High too, and probably Lyrans and angels and all these things that surrounding me right now, and us. Should I get into that story? For that I need a lightning bug. I know I sound a bit pretentious. I need a lightning bug, please, if I should tell them this story, because that's a game-breaking story. That's a someone will walk around the corner and try to kill me story, and it's happened. I hear voices. Not in my head. Somebody's walking by. I'm sure this reverberates. But yeah, direct energy weapons are real. And they can just identify your genetic signature, because we all emit electricity. That's our emotions and our consciousness. So if you make a lot of noise like Sam Hyde or Matan Evan, those people have an AI in the sky, Big Brother, that has their biological signature tracked. And if they reveal the secrets that they have with their rabbis and their white shirt parties and all of it, if they reveal those secrets, they're at risk of sudden strokes. What are they called? Hemorrhages? Where they'll just fry your brain from an AI in the sky. I don't know why they don't do it to me. I'm assuming it's because God is real. But I have been just violently attacked when I share these stories. I have just been approached immediately. It's less about the story and more about the spiritual connection that I'm able to invigorate inside of your hearts and minds when you watch me. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? When I can bring myself through from wherever I am when I close my eyes. And I've been doing this for decades. I've made psychics cry, and they've explained to me that I've been around for a long time. A long time. And then that was way before I learned about 33 Life Path. I haven't got my lightning bug. I'm asking that you do it all the time. They do it all the time. It all depends on my heart. They're upset that I've been smoking. I smoke like 2 packs of cigarettes. 2 pack. There it is. There. See, 1, 2. He's coming right to me. They're coming to me. They came in, they made them fly from wherever they were, and now they're coming in towards me, and now they are, actually they're dancing around this structure. No, there's one above me. So there's proof, you fucking faggots, that I just called lightning bugs. But it's not just me. I don't think that I'm the cause. I think that I'm being helped. I think that there's like a system that loves you like God. Or not. Maybe it's just me. Maybe you're not real. I don't know what's good. Amira Ayub. so I can tell the story. I think I've told it before. Let's tell the truth. Ready? I have to focus. Do you want the light on my face or do you want the light behind my head? When I tell you this story, that if you listen to it, and it's true, it will give you the truth about reality that Logan Paul will never tell you. But it's eating him alive inside every day. This is my chance for greatness. I have a target I've been trying to hit for a long time. I can see it happen. It brings me back to life. I can see the world changing. I just don't know how to get there without money. So I come suffering and then begging, and then white Americans shit on me, and then I suffer and I beg, and then white Americans shit on me, and then can't figure it out, and then they drop this cool hat. They dropped me a Honda racing bike that's the colors of my album and my house colors. And it all depends on my ability to fire you up inside. I'm assuming this one person is Heather. You heard me? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Story is 2020, after the brain injury, I had two friends that would stay by my side. I had the girl of my dreams that showed up after I rammed my car into a pole at 90 miles an hour and the airbag didn't go off, and I vibrated out of that timeline and into this one somehow. No damage whatsoever, and then I went into the retreat from the movie Sucker Punch again. I had sleep paralysis every night where demons were trying to farm my consciousness, and I was trying to fight them back. All these things that I'm now realizing that I was seeing, like me protecting myself. I was going back in time at some point in the future when I can astral project. I was jumping into that timeline and I was fighting those shadow monsters. But I thought I was being protected by angels, but really it was myself going back to save myself. And then I would wake up to so many realizations that came true about Hollywood and the divine feminine and what it means to be a pure soul. And that somebody walked in and threw a book down on my lap, and the book was Saint Teresa, and it was a tutorial on how to be a saint. And it's to become a saint, one has to suffer much, seek out the perfect thing to do, and forget self. So that's been my motto. And that's why I made this channel, is because I'm trying to save the world. It turns out that the world, the best thing that any of you can do is, it's the golden spiral. It's simplicity. I go grandiose, and I live extremely humble. I, like Matan Evan, I'm Zerka knows who I am, GG33 knows who I am, Sneeko, Might, Matan knows, Epic Mealtime knows, Owen Cook knows, Ralph Smart knows, Ray William Johnson knows, Mike Posner knows, John Bellion knows, the ghostwriter for Macklemore and Ryan Lewis, I know him. People that own multi-million-dollar companies that deal with thousands and thousands of people. And I just travel like this, like Emery Tate, 33 Life Path, traveled playing chess. I travel around, I suffer, I persevere, I fight, I teach skills, I invigorate, I bring people to a better reality. I literally shake off my genetic code and I turn people into evolved beings. And what I know now is that that's how I escaped the Matrix. This is my last test. My subconscious keeps wanting to show me that there's a camera pointed directly at my face over there. I doubt there are nighttime security guards. So let's get into this story. You hear me? Are you hearing me? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Is it registering what I'm saying? I'm afraid to focus. I'm just afraid to trigger the system a little bit. I'm afraid to wake up to a certain reality that might be too overwhelming for me when I have no safe place to go. and no weapons. The crooked cops that I called out on my YouTube channel that had at one point these rural cops way in the small town. Thank you. Very old head. That's the point. Um, these crooked cops had pulled a woman over that was on crack, and they said they wouldn't send her to jail if they could double team her. So one day after I killed that guy in self-defense and I was stuck at that park and ride when I started making this content, she came up to me. I was meditating and singing, and that triggers these demonic forces. So of course I got attacked, and they came up to me to try to rope it out, whatever. And then I came full Captain Save a Ho, and I went in to save this crackhead from what I thought was her abusive boyfriend. But it turns out he's like the only guy in her life that'll care about her, and they're like this old couple. So she was actually instigating because I had triggered her with my ability to lighten up the entire space in a way that pisses off something. I don't know if it's the Matrix, I don't know if it's Gangstalkers, I don't know if it's the devil. And she told me that. So I posted it, and when white America came for me like they always do, and the police come and I humble them and tell them about my grandfather and about all the things I do, and I show them a new way, like I'm talking about, I show them a new way to live. I break down their brainwashed paradigms, and I force them to confront reality and confront the truth. And I've been doing that as well. That's part of it. They stole my knife and they stole my car. It's a small town, so they had somebody take my car. They had somebody take all my stuff. Later, I've had it replaced. Whatever I lost did eventually come back better. So they took my knives and stuff. The story is, so when I'd have these breakthroughs in 2020, before Aiden Ross and Twitch streaming took over, and I was working out every day, and I had a Section 8 apartment where I thought that I was schizophrenic, and because I would disassociate and float above my head, and I'd just completely leave my body, and I'd be floating there, and my cat would sit with me, and then we'd see these light beings come in, and my cat would get scared and hide behind my Egyptian goddess statue that I found one day. And then the psychic that lived upstairs, who's an Irish psychic with a Irish wolfhound named after the sun god Ra, that lived at the Navajo reservation and traveled around the world, he would come down and he would try to molest me. He'd try to say, I'm a psychic, I can feel what's going on, I know what's going to help you, you're going to be okay. Like, he could feel it. And he'd take me up and try to suck my dick, and I'd have to leave. I was like, fuck this, and I'd go back and hide in my hole and panic. But when I trigger the network before, when I tell certain stories like this, my friends would show up, and they'd always want to take me places, just like that guy. They'd want to lead me somewhere. Every time I had a moment where I was more conscious and more aware of my power and abilities, I had people that I thought were my friends in a panic, trying to lead me somewhere very far away from where I felt safe. And in one of these moments, I went with them. He took me to his girlfriend's house. On the way, I felt myself enter the dream world. I'm like, okay, this is not the same place. We just transitioned to a different dimension. It's a holographic simulation. My soul just moved, and whoever I thought was my friend was not my friend. So we get there. I lost him. When we get there, this girl's house that I've been to several times, it's a small town, instead of being where it is, it's now on a different street. It's now in a tiny little enclosed street, like they picked up and moved an entire house. And then next door is a trailer. You go into the trailer. He takes me into the trailer and not his girlfriend's house. We go into the trailer, and it's this 40-year-old woman that's smoking meth, and she's wearing like teenager clothes, like bright neon shirt, overalls, Converse sneakers. She's wearing the clothes of the girl that we were going to see, but instead of the girl we were going to see, it's now this 40-year-old woman. And we get there, and they turn the TV on, and the TV is playing the scene from Supernatural, where Castiel is begging God to let the host body that was once somebody that had a family and children, that gave his life to God and then allowed the angels to possess him. The angel was begging God to let the angel go back and give this guy a life. As this woman's smoking meth, and my friend is just standing there like this. What's Alex Jones say? It's an interdimensional war. An interdimensional invasion by demons through people. Why do I keep staring at this camera? What's going on with this camera? My my subconscious is tracked. I'm like beamed to it. For whatever reason. Electronic stimulation. That gets done. Someone that looks like me and looks like my friend, but older, come in. And they're living a life that my friend and I had just talked about that day, manifesting. We weren't talking about manifesting. We didn't know what that meant. We were just saying, oh, in the future, this would be dope. If we deal drugs to these losers in Vermont and we make a lot of money and we do crypto and we blow up and we get our own land and we get a white suburban and then a white suburban shows up and people that look like us get out and they're just like, hi, and they walk in. And then this fat bitch goes, yeah, ketamine really helps my depression. And then walks, and then we leave. I get in the car. We're supposed to leave. And then my friend and his girlfriend take off and just run. Full speed, they run away from the car. So I'm like, shit only happens to me, right? You feel me? So I'm waiting there. And I'm just listening to the buzzing in my head. I'm hearing the songs. I'm just meditating. I'm being mindful of what's happening. Here's a giant moth flying right to left. I'm just being mindful about what's going on, trying to understand where my thoughts are coming from. I'm letting my thoughts just come to me, and I'm seeing what comes to my head. And then I kind of pick out, because I say imagine nothing and reverse it, then imagine everything at once, and that will wake you up to a more evolved experience. Because of the Higgs boson and quantum physics, if you can just keep learning how to store more information and think about more things at once. So that's when I started not hearing voices, but just more stuff would come to me and I would sort out what I liked and throw out what I didn't. And at this one particular moment, I felt something beam into the side of my head and it said, "Are you ready to wake up?" And I felt this urge like, "Are you going to do it? Are you going to be the badass warrior?" So I said, "Yes." And then on the tree line, across, surrounding me, across the tree line, green lasers beam at me from through the trees. It's getting very cold now. Green lasers beam through the trees at me. And I'm reminded of Tower Prep, that TV show that got canceled on Cartoon Network about kids in a Roman, kind of like a prep school, but the prep school's actually a reality TV show that they're trapped in. And when they tried to escape, the gnomes is what they called them, these little soldiers, these guards that had green lasers would hunt them down. When I was a child, I watched that with my mom in Rutland. They're coming to save you. So I'm at the tree line. My friends have taken off, and I accepted the challenge from the universe. And then all of a sudden, all the lights turned on in this forest, and all the green lasers are pointed at me. And the voice in my head goes, "What are you going to do about it?" And then nothing. Radio silence, and the lasers are there. So I'm panicked. This was way back before I fought people to the death and had to fight for my life several times. I did do the whole college thing. This was after college. But I had the car accident and I had all the trauma that happened after that and being locked in public housing, learning how to handle this. So I did what I used to do, which is freeze and don't know what to do and just process and not have any presence, not have any confidence or masculinity or hood culture. You heard me? And I don't know what to do at all. Every time I think about leaving, so I sit there, I'm processing, I'm getting ready to leave, and then I go to reach for the handle, and then somebody storms out of the door of the other house, and then like the woman in the girl clothes comes out like this and just wanders around like she's patrolling the front, and then walks back in, and then I go to do it again and somebody else walks out, then I go to do it again and somebody else walks out. My mind, the same way that I'm pointed at this camera, my mind did a huh, like that, forced me to look, and my friend's girlfriend, who was the girl that started the rumor in elementary school to call me Crazy Casey. She's guiding him to the woods, and they're both butt naked, and she's leading him in the middle of the night, pitch black. I can barely see it, but I know it's them, and I can see their full ass. She's leading him into the woods as these lasers are here, and as every time I try to leave, somebody comes out, and she's taking him deep into the woods, and then a voice in my head goes, "They're gonna put a demon in them. They're gonna put a demon in them." It wasn't really a voice, it was more like I learned it. Like when you finally understand something. Like if you're looking at a math problem and it's not making sense and suddenly it clicks. That's what it was. It was a download. It clicked. Oh, she's going to go do a sin or like something that my friend didn't actually like. It goes against his morals, and he's going to expend all of his energy in a sexual ritual in the woods. It's like, I'm not going to be a fucking pussy. You're not going to do all this stuff. I'm not going to come all this way and not do anything. So I get out of the car and I beeline it as to the lamppost behind me, and I stand at the lamppost. I'm like, are you going to like, knowing they could shoot me, knowing they could pilot one of these puppets to come attack me, knowing that the whole simulation could crash and I could be in some spaceship somewhere. Who knows? But I just do it. So I get out and I run and I stand there and I wait, and then I do as many push-ups as I can, and then I walk back like I'm the king of the earth. Like I'm not going to go into the woods, and I'm not going to climb a tree and see what those lights are. I'm not going to engage later, because I have this multiple times. I will go engage them now and see what happens. I'll go talk to them. I'll say, "What's up, bro?" and see what they'll say. See if the AI NPCs from the GTA 35 3008, if they'll reveal something that only a handful of us are actually here. And then you can get fucked by Michael Rubin to be more important in the story and learn more about the secrets of the universe and become more powerful. Just like when I started learning Kabbalion, and I went in and I just said, "Hey Zerka, I'm a 33 life path born on the 11th," and then that night, I'm pinned to the ground, and I can't move. That was in the middle of the forest. I talked about that before. What do you think these guys are expecting to see? They keep popping in and out. Maybe it's a lesson on keeping the energy alive. If somebody else comes in. At 33. So I didn't go to them. Then they come back, and that was back when I was full fasting. I'm talking about not eating sugar for months, and I was taking multivitamins and going out in the sunlight, and I was taking the right African roots, and I was watching the right spiritual YouTubers, and I had mentors, and I was sitting alone all day, freaking out and processing. Now I know I was in the exact center of town for that whole thing, the whole Abbott block, that whole prerequisite before this adventure. When I was trapped in public housing, I was in the center of town. So now I know when I would get panicked and I'd feel so cold and I'd feel so much pain, and all of a sudden I'd like be shaking back and forth for 12 hours at a time, and my girlfriend at the time was like, "I don't know how to help you," and I'm just like fighting through what I thought was myself. Now I know I was probably being attacked by all the fear that happened in 2020. I was probably being attacked by the town's network, and I was converting it in that big battle that I was fighting every single moment from when I woke up to when I went to sleep. And then every time I opened Aiden Ross's live stream, it would crash. Every time I opened iShowSpeed's live stream, it would crash. One time I opened Zerka's live and he was sitting with Action Man, and you can probably find it. And they both go, "Oh my God, that was intense." And I opened Kick. I was like, "I wonder what these guys are doing." And then I activated, and then they went, "Oh shit," and then it crashed. So I told you, oh, they came in after the sexual ritual, whatever. They came storming out of the woods with their underwear on this time, and they went and just reached in really quickly, reached into the car like over my leg, and they grabbed the Danimals. They had a whole car full of Danimals. What's up, bro? How you doing? The dogs are now barking. So they grab out like a handful of Danimals and they're shoving it in my face, like, eat the sugar, Casey, eat the sugar, eat the sugar. And I'm just said, no. And I waited. Now I would say, take me the fuck home, nigga. What the fuck are you doing? What is this? Now, who's unimpressed? They're saying they're unimpressed with me. They want me to inspire you. They don't want me to tell stories. They want me to use my knowledge to inspire you. They want me to say, this is your confirmation that everything you want is on the way. Everything's going to be okay. Trust the universe. Have faith. Have faith in the universe. Everything that you want is coming to you. You just got to be consistent, work hard, and love yourself. You got to take time to know yourself. You got to challenge yourself. You got to take risks. You got to be accountable for your actions. You need to have faith. You need to let go and let God bless you. It wasn't that the dogs can hear you, it's that your energy came into the space and that caused them to react. Like the high-pitched whistle that makes the dog stop. It was that the actions that are being taken across the world, which is not that big if you think about it, how many other planets are there that are 100 times bigger than Earth? So in this ecosystem, this electromagnetic spectrum, some energy got sent to me. Maybe I attracted the electric demons, but that set the dogs off. Or I'm in a simulation and those are like robots. But for whatever reason, I called lightning bugs earlier. The crows will show up all the time, and they're showing up in everybody's now. If you go back to Sneeko outside Kanye West's, when Sneeko was being interviewed outside Kanye West factory, when they were working on clothes together, and there was a crow screaming at Sneeko's face. And Sneeko's just like, I'm here, I'm a Virgo, I like to watch my woman get fucked. I like to sit in a room all day instead of motivate men to change the world. I like to sit there on Andrew Tate's dick. Meanwhile, I'm having dreams that I'm killing Vikings and he's watching me through a little box and he's scared out of his mind as a 10-year-old kid and him and Tristan are 10 and his father was like, look at this, learn. And they're forcing me to kill Vikings and barbarians and Spartans and jaguars and Siberian tigers and they're just keeping me in a room and I wait for them to come in and I'm trying to get out and I'm slamming on the wall, I'm slamming on the window and Andrew Tate's face is like, as a 10-year-old boy. And then 2 years later, now I know who Andrew Tate is. I didn't know. I was like, that's just some English kid that's scared out of his mind and some weird, crazy, mad scientist father. I didn't know it was Emery Tate. I didn't know about the astral realm. I didn't know about the fifth dimension. So today's an 8 day. On 8 days, supposedly, you get your karma. So I had a very peaceful day, and then instead of crows, because we evolved from crows, right? I can make the crow shut down with my mind now. I know how to go, I know how to make them stop. So they upgraded me. So now I was at the top of the hill, and they would have people, all different types of people, that would just drive by really slowly, stop just outside my peripheral vision, and then we'd have to fight. And what I did was kick the soccer ball. Every time I kicked the soccer ball, and I went, they would take off, speeding down the road. And then 30 minutes later, somebody else would come back as I'm trying to meditate and be able to fully express myself and know myself, to actually say what I want to say to you and not this character. To really be here and really send the light and really perform instead of this, which is like a barely awakened, half-assed crackhead, right? Never smoked crack in my life. Yeah. What do you think life was like before the internet? What do you think life was like before we spent most of our time staring at a phone screen that emits a light that disconnects us from the sun? And there were so many more trees, and there were so many more animals on the planet. There was so much diversity, and there was so much isolated cultures that developed differently. There wasn't a common denominator like the age of Aquarius where everything's the same, the common truth. There was different people that grew like a culture, and they all saw it differently, and they all had different beliefs. But the common denominator is that I feel horrible for what white people have done. I think white people are a disease. I think when I walk into a room of Englishmen, there's a reason that they get so mad that they start tweaking. And the only way that they can stop me is by changing the narrative. They have to call their friend and tell them what happened, and then call their other friend to tell them what happened, and they have to say something about how rich they are, and they have to try to show off their influence on the community while I'm sitting there. I think the crows use the internet. I think that the crows have stopped sounding like crows since 2020. I remember how the crows used to sound, and then it changed. They went from like a caw to like a caw, caw, caw. What happened? And I remember if you watch the final warning video, when an angel came down and taught me how to put my armor of God on, and my true soul spoke through during the eclipse and spoke to you guys directly. Actually, most of like this channel, most any dealing that I had on the internet mostly was to one, wake you up to this reality, like what I'm seeing in my own creative style, but also it was like a fuck you. It was a in order to understand what I'm talking about, you have to acknowledge your feelings about me because the whole town had ostracized me. The whole town had bullied me my whole life because they knew. And then when I woke up and realized that they knew the whole time that I had this power and I had this presence when I walked into the room, when I would show up late for school and the teacher would be like, "Hey, it's Casey." And then everybody would turn their head and nobody would look at me. And I was just sitting there building with my Legos in the back, way in the back with the para, who's the most compassionate person. And I was just building Legos. And I would be like, how come they're all looking at each other, paranoid, and nobody looks at me? And when I talk, they all go, I would notice they all jolt like this. Why? And now I know why, and I know that they know why. So I'll post things that are seemingly crackhead-like, showing off in between the crackheads how beautiful and amazing and exponentially evolved and grand and blessed I am. Because this is my motto. If I die tomorrow, it's 4:44:04. The greatest art is one you have to care about to understand. So when I make these posts, and I would post it on Facebook, showing off all the things that I'm doing in my own style, in my element, my year of the cat. And I was doing things like pulling up on Patrick Leahy and showing him the video of Elon Musk talking about how 100 square miles of solar panels could power the country, and saying, how come you don't have solar farms? And now Vermont has led an initiative to build tons and tons of new solar farms. And now we're going to move on to dams. I'm going to find a way to start man-making dams, or at least go in and stomp in and talk to the guy who's in charge of building rivers and moving agriculture. And I'm going to say, how come you haven't had any innovations for the past 50 years? Do you like what you see on social media? Do you want that to be here? Then you have to start helping us produce electricity, providing us a way to get around when they start taking our homes. You have to start building ecosystems, and you have to start clearing out ways in the woods to build intentional communities so that these people can homestead on their own and they don't need to pay the taxes. So that you can farm the New Yorkers that come in here and you can turn Burlington into a little factory for your richness, and you can keep the people that are like you safe so that the next generation has the mind and the capabilities and the emotional stability and they're free from the matrix to be able to get into a position of power and spread that compassion. If you want to farm us, farm the people that are coming in and get us to safety. And if they don't, maybe that's why I'm stuck in prison, because that seems like something I could do in a day. How can you help, man? I don't know. The best thing you can do for life is to make yourself happy and to be the best version of yourself, because that shines through to everybody that you meet when you walk down the street. When you walk through the hall in a school and you're happy, all the people that are trapped on their phones watching iCarly or whatever it is, I Show Speed and Aiden Ross, and they're watching I Show Speed fuck that trans girl and come back. They're watching Aiden Ross brag about how many black men are raping him at night and he signed his soul to LA, and you're watching Andrew Tate dance around the fact that he's been a 33rd degree Freemason and that it's staged and they all work for the same government. He didn't go to jail. He didn't go to jail, right? The best thing you can do is to escape all that bullshit, find out who you really are, do what you love to do what you want to do. And then if you get successful with it, you find abundance that comes to you, send some love back my way, bro. Or I could lead us all to victory. I could put us all in a Telegram group and I could tell you when to buy the stock. And then when the stock goes up, you take your money out when I tell you to take it out. And then you send me a little trickle. And then that was the whole point of this whole movement, was way back when I first broke down this year, right before I killed the guy. That's a yes and no situation. That's you say no. Even if it sucks, you learn how to love yourself and you learn boundaries. I had to learn boundaries by going out in the woods, and really knowing myself. Just it's an exercise where you have to go out by yourself and then come back and hold that boundary. It's a really hard challenge. You have to fight for what you know is right. But that's the whole point, is that you keep fighting for what you know is right, and then you make something and you grow into a better person, and you see how all these things that are hurting you were really there to help you become that version of yourself. I did it, like, I was in Section 8 housing and the people around me were registered sex offenders, and I was at an extremely emotionally vulnerable place where I felt like their consciousness was projecting onto me and I was being infected by them. And I had to like hold it, and I would hold it for days, and I would just focus on the things that I can do to better my life, to better my situation, to get myself to where I want to go. And I would write down where I wanted to go and where I wanted to be. Now I know that it's a lot more simple than that. You only have the present moment, and you can say, actually, instead of just, if I get to this point, eventually I'll be better. You realize how to say that point where you're like, I'll get to this point and then I'll be better. That's happening right now. You're just disassociating from it. So you just say, I am that now, and you learn how to be that now. And then that kind of assertion over yourself, with the humility that you get from overcoming the struggle and having it constantly back in your face, eventually you learn how to maintain homeostasis. I'm probably not sleeping, bro. I'm probably not going to sleep. There's a lot of bugs. And then when I fall asleep, I wake up and there are just strangers around me. Like, I'll go deep into the woods and sleep, and then I'll wake up and there's somebody twitching and standing at the edge of the forest. And then I'll have to wrestle him from my own consciousness, because I can feel it coming from the sun. I can feel this connection I've learned by being in nature, and I'm trying to use it to actually make content and bring this movement forward. Lead you guys to the creative revolution. Start the wildfire. Set the fire off. Be the king in the north. And suddenly there are strangers that feel completely hollow compared to me and empty, and they're twitching, and the crows will caw, and then the sirens will go off, and then It seems like no matter how hard I persevere, I mean, I'm learning a lot. There's so many levels to it. Like there's community, there's empathy, there's your reality, there's what you guys call the normal. That's going on too. And I'm just trying to like a knife through butter. So I'm assuming that it's just teaching. I think that they're going to make it so bad that I'm forced to do fasting sunlight probiotics, escape into the woods, or really push myself because the Lionsgate portal's coming up. I would just say take a piece of paper down and write your goals and what you want from life, and just focus on that. And then the more consistent action that you take towards it, it gets easier. It's all about loving yourself. And if you feel like everybody's bringing you down, to be honest, that pressure makes it more meaningful, but they're probably there only to bring you down. Most people that I meet, if they're here for me, I'll know it. I can tell pretty quickly. Like as soon as somebody comes, before they even get here, sometimes I can tell before they even enter the space. Like if they're down the road and I know that they're here to bring me down, I just have a feeling the whole air and the whole atmosphere will change. So if you feel like that's a prison, your relationships and your people, what's a good word? Takes it. What's it called? It's not no contact. Usually I have a word for it. Self-love and self-care and boundaries. You have to disassociate from the people that you care about until you're better, because you can't help anybody until you help yourself. It's an internal journey. And I think you got it. Um you're a creative person, you have a style. Not a lot of people have a style. If you look at like all the haters that I see like on my comment section, there's no creative essence to them at all. And they're just like crafting the thing that they can use to try to hurt me. Which that whole thing is just, in order for somebody to hurt you, you have to care about them. If anybody that you hurt them because they care about you. Where was I at with the story? We talked about the tower prep gnomes, and they brought me to the simulated area, and then they woke me up and to see what I would do. And then the people I thought were my friends got possessed by demonic entities, and they came to try to rope me into breaking my fast, which would trigger an insulin response, which would shut my consciousness down from processing higher vibrate levels of light. And then somehow they took me home. Like, I'm going back through my life so many times, and I'm seeing that all these moments that I thought were just normal moments were completely staged, and everybody seemed to have been in on it in a way that I wasn't. And the whole point was like, why didn't they just explain it? Like, if everybody's spiritual and everybody's seeing it, why didn't anybody open their mouth about it? Why did the people that I thought were my support network, why did they hide it? Why did they covet it and watch me suffer trying to figure it out? And it was because now I'm at a point where I'm naturally emanating in a much higher way than they ever could, and they're jealous. And then my army of tarot readers will drop a video, and my algorithm will put it at the top of my page, and they're explaining something that happened way in my past that was a traumatic moment, and they're bringing that character to the forefront, and they're showing me what's happening to him. They're like, he did this because of this, because you're this. And then they'll say a little motif, like, this is going to a guy that has a bear necklace. This is going to a guy that's sitting out in the woods and there's crows around him. And he's surrounded by green. I'm seeing a giant lion king. I'm seeing, a lot of times they're very happy because they rarely get people like me. They usually get like somebody That's like, does my boyfriend like me? Is he cheating? And then they have to do like very mundane, like they wake up in the morning and there's like 30 people that have to say, no, your boyfriend's not cheating. I'm getting that you are like this and he's like this. And then they just like how they brought me into the room to fight the things so that Andrew Tate could watch as a 10-year-old. They bring me into their space and they show them me, and then they're like, thank you so much. Actually, this really inspired me. This really showed me that there's more going on. I felt kind of trapped. So not only did I invade Vermont and invade Burlington and invade the retreat and invade the YouTube space and invade the comment section of all these content creators, I invaded the spiritual dreams of people around the world. And I did it all suffering, homeless, fighting to make my album. All I do is make my art. All I do is make songs, man. All I do is, if you're around alone, we ride through your white bread world while you're technologically enslaved. But we don't hate our neighbor, no, we know that love will change. Can you call me back? My simulation's crashing, can't remember how to act. I rode the wave to the crash. I was swimming, now I'm slipping through the cracks. I was conquering the world, now I'm barely beating panic attacks. So can you call me back? You've been on my mind for a minute. You're the piece that I've been missing. You're the secret I kept hidden. You're the reason I get up and go the distance. Let's drive like there's no limit on the gas. I'll let my credit cards max. And when the sky comes falling down, can we sit on a mountain smoking Marlboro Blacks? Can you call me back? I had to bury my brothers, but I made sure they left with a smile on their face. It was hard for us to love one another. It's tempting to get caught up, stuck in the race. But now that I'm out here alone, I'm just grateful to see how things fall into place. 'Cause no matter the outcome, win or lose, I'm just grateful to be in the game. You fill up my senses like a night in the forest, like the mountains in springtime, like a walk in the rain, like a storm in the desert, like a sleepy blue ocean. You fill up my senses. Come fill me again. Whoa. I don't give a fuck about the game. I came to rip this bitch to shreds. I'm cool with 40 crews. I keep them all together like the glue. I just went around New England training troops. I tell your pastor what to do. I'm the problem and the proof. I lived for 10,000 years. I'm just here to prove it. I would rather be with stupid, but if no one else would do it, I guess that I'm Casey. Which means an ancient, ancient tree of everlasting love. And who's dominating the space right now but KC3 Kai Cenat, KC Rocket on Kill Tony. Kendrick Curry in the prank YouTube channels, Kurt Kaz, the traveling YouTuber in the KC Army. I've said too much. My roots are grown. Powerless pussies with no presence are always picking problems. I give everything to try to sit down and solve them. I was never one for doing what I'm told. My roots are growing. Grab a hold. Imagine this is me when I'm not in control. This is me when I can't focus. This is me when I can't access myself. This is me when I can't do it. I can't be the one, be who I am. I know I've always been. This is me with Zerka and GG33 doing Kabbalion rituals on me. And my ancestors go to them in their dreams and they lead me then And they show me them what they're doing in their little fucking coked out parties talking about me. And they put me into the space and I can see them like it's a real reality for them, but it's a dream for me. And I come in and my ancestors come in and they smack him in the face and they show off his mustache. Look at GG33's fake fucking beard. They laugh at Zerka like, look at this little fucking child molesting girls to take advantage of young boys' hearts. I can see Zerka fighting, but his brain doesn't work. He's like trying to understand me. And I come in, and what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? He wouldn't look at me, but he knew I was there. He's on his phone. And the girls are out getting high, and he doesn't want to get high because he loves God. And I can see I can see his belief, because he's a Pisces, and that's strong, his belief in God. I can see it. I'm there, and there's my lightning bugs. And I tell him the only way to do it is to fast and quit cigarettes. Zerka, if you just quit cigarettes, you'd be able to reach that anointing, and you'd be closer to me. But you won't, because I have to infiltrate. I have to stomp in and knock that shit out of your fucking mouth, faggot. And I would, but I guarantee you, if I get on this bike and I go downtown. Today I rode into town, and all these white American buildings with the old people inside of them, they all opened their door and they walked outside and they stomped around. They come out and they have to assert their territory because they feel me descending from my mountaintop, riding my bike like a Native American warrior or an Irish knight or whatever, riding through with my crown on and my big fiery bear and my chain, and I'm singing songs sometimes. And they have to get out to just show me they're upset about me. And then I go in and I get into the gas station, and then suddenly the people that I saw around town have now descended and they're entering the gas station. And now I'm trapped in the gas station and they're all there. They can feel all the negativity brewing. And I just go, because if you're going to pretend, I'll pretend with you. We can play pretend together, bruh. So I come up and I'm like, how do you like living? I go to the fat white cashier and I said, oh, do you take EBT? How much for this? How you doing? Good. How do you like living in Northfield? She's like, it's all right. I'm like, okay. And she's like, was that EBT? And I'm like, hell yeah, it was. Would you like anything? She's like, no. I'm like, okay. And then before I leave, as my last hurrah, before I push the door open and I walk out and I go like this, I go, have a good day, guys. And then I get on my bike and I ride. Get on your bikes and ride. I do what I got to do just to survive. Everybody do it out of spite. I just do it because it's right. I left them speechless when they try to read my rights. But I got a gun and I keep that shit on sight. I'll knock a bitch out like Iron Mike. I said I'll knock a bitch out like Mike Vick. One day I'll have 1 million kids bumping my shit. Get the fuck off my dick before I cancel y'all like Christmas. If you're around alone, figure it out and pour one out for me. Let it go. If you don't, I'll see you around. I'll see you around. Anywhere you go, it all leads you home. All I've been, I'll see you around. They're telling me that this culture is a disease. How do you fix a disease? You heal it. You heal yourself so that you spread your influence. And that's why the white people are mad, because they're focused on conquering. But I feel them. I have to be the villain. I was born to be the villain, bitch. I'm used to playing villain. KKC is in the building. Don't give a fuck about your feelings. I'm just trying to keep it real, treading water Navy SEAL, because Mac Miller taught us staying still will get you killed. Just wait until I break out my restraints again. I'm flying straight up to the heavens and I'm coming back swinging for my friends. They used to call me crazy. Now they stuck under a blanket sending prayers while I'm out here screaming at the storm until it ends. So does anybody have a question? Does anybody have anything they'd like to say? Any question that I might have some divine inspiration to share with you? Nope. You think they're just sitting outside the live and coming back in? I hope to God Epic Mealtime popped in. You know what his bio says on Epic Mealtime? If you go to his channel, it says, "We make all your dreams come true so we can eat them." So one of my tarot readers in my army talked about how the divine spirits are very upset that I'm addicted to cigarettes again. And then that halted my wealthy man who's watching. There's a wealthy man in here that wants to help me, but there's a lot of things are going very wrong in his life because he's probably being attacked too if he's trying to help me, the most powerful soul on earth. Ain't it funny how God he lets the belief systems rise. He lets GG33 come into power just so we can stunt the truth on him and bring him back down to base. Because God will build you up and then he humbles you because he loves you. Yeah, they want to... Is that true, or is that a reality you want me to adopt and share because you're attacking me? Bruh. Who's this woman? There's a girl that has a crush on me. There's a girl down in Brattleboro that has a crush on me. She's a Leo. And she's been convinced that she's a lesbian because she can't find any real men. It's hard to be an 11. Joe Rogan does it by working out so hard that he developed that boundaries and skills. But if you look at all the 11s, Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, Aiden Ross, they don't have identity because they're here to take in everything. So it's hard for me to play the role of a boyfriend or something because I'm everything. I'd have to accept a character. I guess I could be my true self. But my true self wants to ride to war. Whenever I feel free, I want to ride on the back of a truck. I want to ride a horse into battle. That's all I feel like I am. When I feel like I'm free and I'm myself, all I'm trying to do is ride into war with as much behind me as possible. And my goal would be to topple everything and then build it back anew. Where there's citrus trees around here so that everybody has fruit. And when you have leftovers, you leave them. You leave them for the crows. When you have extra that you don't want, or even whatever you have, you take a bit off and you give it to the animals that have to hunt and kill each other for food, that are often starving and they're waiting outside the dumpster trying to open it and they can't because you locked it, but they can smell it. It's right there. All the food that they've been hunting and they're so hungry and cold, and they can smell the warmth from the restaurant dumpster, but they don't have the things to reach it. So of course I run out of food stamps. And I have to spend some of your donation money on McDonald's. We're at the encore now. I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to bless you. I hope that I gave the experience that I needed when I was alone watching YouTube by myself, feeling completely alone. I felt like the entire world was trying to kill me. And then the skills that I developed in that isolation chamber are shining through people across the country. Smosh all came out. Smosh all came out and talked about their Irish heritage. Casey Rocket recites riffs. The things that come to his head are things that I created when I was 17, building Legos and playing video games with my cousin. And I want to tell you that all the antagonistic comments that come in. I'm not even reading the comments, but I went off of something that I just got inspired to say. That it's all cataloged. It's called the Akashic Records. Look it up. It's that even if I'm not the most famous streamer on the planet, I might be the most famous streamer in the universe. Because our consciousness is recording. And that's why you can recall your memories. Everything that you said, done, and thought, every action you took, from all the different perspectives, all the different crow's eyes, all the different chipmunks that I fed, all the different homeless crackheads that you walked by on the street when you walked to your job, and you didn't give them $1 even though you had 100. It's all in a complex system. And they see my perseverance. And they love me. Here's a ladybug. It's a ladybug, guys. Why is a ladybug here? What's that thing you really want to do, but you just can't? It just keeps coming into your head over and over again. It just keeps coming. I know I got to do it. I want to do this so much. Choose the most... So when you said that, I heard a boop. There's an animal that just acknowledged you in the woods. There's some light, a little bit of light codes coming around. So are you guys real? Do you have lives? Are you actually real people, or are you just kind of like extras? Like you guys needed to be here because I chose this, and it's all just me. Is it all just me? Am I the only one here? Am I in Truman Show? Am I in Purgatory? Am I in GTA 55? Was this whole thing set up for me? I mean, a spider just crawled out. A giant spider just crawled out from over there. Why would I go home to the people that hurt me and ignored me and left me out in the cold? That lie about me to others. Because grace is giving them more than they deserve. And that my dreams of becoming Casey Francis O'Brien would mean that I'd have to sign myself over to some demonic network. I'd have to join the Illuminati or whatever. I'd have to go to the Michael Rubin party in order to actually have any type of influence over the simulation. My love language is creating experiences. I don't want to go home and hang out with my family. I want to have a party and bring my father to it and let my father, while I'm sitting, because I have to sit on the throne I have to maintain the scene, I have to protect the environment. I have to use all these skills I've learned to make sure that this moment can be housed until I get a girlfriend and I can embed her with the codes, and then she can do it while I go out and party. I usually just let the girls party, and I would sit there. Or I would completely disassociate from everybody and I'd stomp through and do whatever I wanted. And I'd spit, I'd spit in girls' mouths and I'd pick them up and flip them around. I'd say things that would make people laugh and cry and tell jokes and adventure and do whatever I want, like I was the most famous YouTuber, naturally. My mom was saying, let them be who they are. But when I let them be who they are, they hurt me. They attacked me. They tried to steal my identity and my aura, my energy, and create things to display themselves as myself. And they don't even realize it. And then they post it when they fall because I leave and all the energy comes with me. And they all go crazy. And I still want to save them. I just want to get rich. I want to ride through in an RV, a red, black, and gold Class A RV, and have a small embroidery machine and sewing machine and make merch and distribute my merch so that everybody's wearing my clothes and wearing my armor. And I have a flag on top of the back of the RV. And I'm shooting a podcast and allowing these people, because when I said, what's that thing you keep talking about? What's that thing that you really want to do? Usually when people come into my space, I can see what they want to do. I can see that already for them. I know what they want to do. And I try to guide them along to get there, or I try to open up an opportunity to get them there. And they get so mad. The system triggers in them, and they go out of their way to ruin it for everybody. Or they're not happy with their own happiness. They want the ability that I have to be able to do that. And they want that for themselves instead. And then God humbles them. So I don't know what to do, man. How would you get $100,000? How would you get $1,000 by today? You'd have to come up with the perfect thing to say and ask a rich person. You'd have to make content about yourself going to war fighting and just hope that you rally troops along the way and we can all get me to that position so that I can set the beacon up. Like in Minecraft, when you set the beacon and then everybody in the environment gets a bunch of abilities. And then you have to fight off the pillagers that come to attack you. And you'd need true loyalty. You need real loyal supporters. You need to train them. I need to have a war camp in the woods where I could raise birds. You'd have to have a bike or something that would help you get around. You'd have to have the confidence and skills and abilities to be able to comprehend the simulation that you're living in at the highest level so that you don't fuck up and you have to play the world's hardest chess game. And for me, I mean, I'm grateful to embrace the challenge of having to do it completely alone in my body, no vehicle. Like I pilot my body around. It helps a lot with sex to be completely disassociated and use your body as a tool like a mech. I wanted to be a porn star for a long time. And I could have done it, but now I'm like, that would have just brought me down a dark road if I fully embraced my arrogance. I don't know. I could lead you to war. Nobody answered me if you're real. Nobody said I'm real. Should I get a job? But we know that the employment contract is based off Freemason Kabbalion ritual so that you literally sign your life away. There's movement in the forest. There's no breeze at all, but the trees are moving so that the light very far in the background is now blinking in and out. Did I say too much? My son wasn't born yet when he died. So if you're pro-life, then I guess I don't have a dead son. Or if you're anti-life. But to be in my experience, I could really feel when I had the opportunity to have children on the way. And I would know them, like I would get to know Acacia, Grace, O'Brien, and Avery, and Connor. And I would see who they were and who they were going to be. It would come to me. And then the girl that I wanted to have the kid with would hit me up. And then I'd get attacked and I'd watch the child die in my mind, get eviscerated. And then someone else takes the girl. And then I realized I didn't even want her anyway. I just wanted her genetics. But girls keep popping up into my mind. They keep kind of offering me suggestions, and I feel their energy. I was like, I don't want to be a hobo. And they're like, maybe they want the hobosexual. There's my right to left bat. That maybe girls are so sick and tired of the world that they're living in that they're yearning for the hobosexual. They're yearning for the wild caveman Casey, wild Casey. Did you hear that? Tell me you heard it. That's the shit I don't like. That's the shit that makes me wish I could lock myself in an RV. Did you hear it? It sounds like a man pretending to be a dog. And it was like very close. But I'm safe, I'm protected, and I'm blessed. And I'm happy to be here. I'm so grateful for this experience. Thank you, God. I love you, God. I love you, benevolent beings that have been able to house me and keep me going. Please continue to keep me going, keep me safe. Please protect me. Stop hurting me. I'm an angel. I'm an angel. I'm an angel. They can't hurt me anymore. I broke free, now I'm sore, and I just wish the best for him. I'm an Afro-Irish king, and my mother was a Jew. You can't tell me what the fuck to do. I'm single-handedly saving VT, tree hugging like I'm Groot. I pop, aim, shoot. I can see at every angle. I just sit back and let him put the money on the table. I don't entertain snakes, fakes, lames, or false fables because I'm getting to that money as quick as Usain Bolt. I never saw that came, but I know that I'm able. So when I see her on that rooftop in that raincoat, you know I send a prayer for her because I know she took the stairs for it. And she's fully aware that ain't nobody really caring. It's rare to be there for her. Catch her two-stepping in her Air Forces in the puddles. I don't want no trouble, but if you see me on the front lines with no umbrella, just know that I held it together and did it so she could feel something special. Either way, I'm on my own. Don't wait for me to say hello. Solid gold. I hope that I found my soul. I hope that you don't break before I fall. Just being brave. Go watch. God gave me my 300 moment. When I had to walk through 7 miles in pitch black, descending from the tallest mountain in Vermont, being followed by something. And the only thing I had to keep me going were golden lights beaming into my head of animals that I had saved in the past, telling me that I'm safe as long as I keep going and be brave. And it got so bad, I was so scared. There were so many things going on in the woods. I was hearing dark, deep tongues going, that I picked up a wooden mile marker and I waited and I lost all my ability to speak English. I was a full animal and I was just screaming at it, banging my mile marker on the ground, trying to get this thing that was following me. It was rustling right behind me the whole time, 7 miles. And I'm slamming on this thing, trying to get it to come out. And then a coyote goes, stop, I'm trying to sleep. And then someone that's genetically identical to someone from my past, hundreds of miles away, stomps out of the woods, opens the gate because I was locked in the gate. They locked the trail, so I was stuck with this monster. Whatever it is. And he got me out. And then I was never going to speak about it. But then the first gas station I show up at, a woman walks up to me and says, you saw it, didn't you? I'm like, I wasn't going to tell anybody, but I'm so grateful to have somebody here. Now I know. Could be an alien in a suit. It could be an alien in a suit. And you would have no idea. That's how good masks are, bro. They can't hurt me anymore. I broke free, now I'm sore, and I just wish the best for them. On my own, don't wait for me to say hello. Solid gold. In my mind, it's 1990 something. And I'm young, I'm wild, and I'm free. Cowboys and sunsets, you can always count on them to never stay. I guess I'm a cowboy, 'cause there's a sunset on the way. How's the audio? Did I accidentally cover the mic? I don't want another cigarette, but it's a habit. I want to get to know my fans, man. I'm trying to get some fan engagement, man. It's just me and the Mucinex guy out here. Hey. Kai Cenat took down the video of him doing the Irish jig, and there was an Irishman playing a bagpipe behind him, and he was in all green with a clover necklace, and he was doing the jig because people were like, that looks a lot like slavery to me. Don't you know Kai Cenat lived right next to my grandfather's restaurant, and he ate his food? I never got to meet the man who owned the restaurant on West 38th, but I know that his influence lives on in KC3, while KC33 watches from the mountaintop, fighting the Matrix like the last Viking Roman gladiator, the last Irishman, the barbarian king, the feral beast. The monkey man. No, my dad's the year of the monkey. I'm the year of the cat. The fire cat. That's just a theory. A Masonic theory. I wonder how my cat Mark is doing. I wonder how Bear is doing. I wonder how Pickles is doing. Some beam of light has hit my head and informed me that you guys aren't real. They're not real. But I'm here, so I must be real. I'm not reading a script. This isn't being fed into my consciousness from somewhere. I didn't die when I hit the pole and I exalted myself to the stars up in space that shoot when I ask, and I'm transmitting down into this vessel. I didn't get abducted by aliens one night and they keep me in a spaceship and I'm piloting a mech when I went to Miami and they put me in the mental hospital and I passed out and I had a dream I was in hell. And then I woke up and a woman was singing to me about Jesus trying to help me, a schizophrenic. And then it was me on one side of the room, and then at the other end was a kid named Connor, after my son, after the TV show I'm making. He had a staff guarding him. And he was they're all displaying aspects of myself. Everyone that I meet, it's like some aspect that I held dear to myself, that as I transitioned and I grew out of it, I got to experience it in others, which is what I asked God for when I was alone. I said, give me myself through other people. So tag all the YouTubers you want. Tag all the YouTubers. It's my world, you're living in it. It's 1:33:30. You're living in my world. And I want to lead, I want a war camp. I want you all here. I want you to help me take back the world that was stripped from me. I want you to stand up and fight for what you know is right. And know that you're not alone. There are people way better than you out here. They have a lot worse of a life. And they're grateful to be in it. Last time I tried to speak in tongues earlier, and a wolf man screamed at me on the live. Let me be real. I don't even want the girls that I'm fighting to impress. Who's ashamed of me? The lightning bugs are here. The lightning bugs are here. Something just told me it's ashamed of me. It seemed like a father figure. I would be ashamed of myself too. I have all these blessings and I can't even do 100 push-ups. I can do 100 push-ups. So I'm going to make a promise. I'm going to put the cigarette out. One of my ancestors saying, "You're bumbling like a crackhead." I'm not taking an active role in my life. What's up, Glitch? What's happening, Glitch? Appreciate the like. Holy shit. Do 100 push-ups. Do 100 push-ups right now, pussy. Do 100 push-ups. You won't. Should I get y'all in my live? How do I add you to my live? I could start a poll. I don't want to accidentally end my live. I can share it. I could turn the filters on. Shut the fuck up. Give me something positive. I see an electric motorcycle. That'd be cool. Who am I? Chat. Should I go to LA, chat? Should I go to LA, chat? They left. They left. Guess not. Let's try to call them back. I brought a moth over. I'm searching for the right thing to do. I try to raise my awareness and grow like a tree. And I feel like I'm disappointing something. Like it's not the action that some greater force wants me to take. You want me to react to memes? I mean, my matrix glitched, and then Glitch entered the chat and said, "Yo." Yeah. Narrating my life is some pussy shit. I'm gonna take a piss. Can I get a shooting star if it's too late? That I should just kind of sit and enjoy what I have while we have it. Right to left. Or how about left to right for that? And then right to left. If I should push it and just keep going and do more and do the most and really push myself and go the distance and try to fight again. The constellation above me is the bear. The stars are now getting brighter. I'm seeing more and more of them. It looks like they're getting closer. Like the entire density is changing. There's a lot of movement going on just outside of my peripheral in the darkness. I'm seeing an old music video that I made once where I'm standing at the top of a pavilion and behind me there's a bunch of aliens running around. It's not that I'm scared. Like, I'm not a pussy. It's that I kind of need a mark to strike, or else I kind of get. If I don't know what to do, I panic. When I'm confused and I don't really have a direction. I'm just trying to fly through the ether to get myself on stage. And to get there, I have to do a bunch of different stuff. Like I have to have the songs produced. I'd have to have a studio. I'd have to have a computer. I'd have to have the plugins. I'd have to be able to hold the vision. Preferably, I'd have a car so that I could drive and listen to the music, which is my favorite thing to do. My headphones broke, so I'm getting the warranty mailed soon. My headphones just stopped working. I was having a breakthrough in my creativity, and I was experiencing the music again the way that I love to. And then my headphones went zzz, and it stopped, and now they're broken. So I'm getting my replacement headphones soon. Just saw a shadow with red eyes peep its head out of the corner. If I were to be hallucinating, it would not be now, where there's so many cigarettes in my system and my brain is mush. If I were to really hallucinate, it would be when I'm fasting and taking probiotics and sunlight and multivitamins and actually like pushing my brain to a high enough level that I could drive myself insane. This is more like I'm just seeing it for what it is. Maybe it's because the sun has hit the planet with a lot of radiation all day, so it's easier to see. But maybe it's because when I sang and I've been imagining and creating so much, I've kind of stimulated my third eye. Like I'm being more present to actually look at what's going on around me. A bird just flew above my head in the middle of the night, right to left. It's hard because all the things that I feel like I need to get what I want doesn't require a lot of money, but it requires money. And every job I worked at, the power of positive thinking, it did work well when I had the right mindset. And I was in the gym every day. And I was in school. I had structure in my life. Which is what one of the last robot people that stomped up to me and started twitching and was trying to ruin my life. He went, "We need structure. It helps us function." That's all he said. And I was thinking about how I needed to maneuver my way into a life that's more structured. So even if it's not the right decision, even if I didn't steer us in the right way, I kind of get off clean in my mind. Like I don't hate myself because I told the truth. Like even if it's not entertaining and it didn't open up a portal to the heavens and come down and I said something that will bless you for the rest of your life, or give you a moment like when you think about your favorite content creators, like your favorite video. If I didn't provide that experience for you, at least I told the truth, which is something that not a lot of people are doing. And whether it's my truth or not, it's mostly just me putting together the common denominator of what I'm seeing. And I've usually, if I'm not just stating the obvious of what's happening, I'm cross-referencing that with everything that I've seen since I was born. You heard? I don't look back at these videos and I hear my voice and how I'm talking, and just something sits in my heart like, that is not you. You know what you could have done. Oh. I'm going to, at the risk of something jumping out at me while I'm focused on this, I'm going to one fold across all the way like that from the rectangle. So you folded that, and then I tear this shit off. I fold it like this, and then I tear it off. Beep, 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 so that it's a perfect square. Man, hold up. Come on, bruh. Okay. Then it's like this, it folds in, then I fold it like this so that it goes on both sides. Bam, bam. Then I take it by both sides like this, and I put my fingers like this. It's so fucking hard to see. I put it like this, so this is it, flat, sideways. Put my pointers on the top, and I put my thumb and my middle finger there, and I push it together like this, and then I push it in, so it's like this. So I take the corners like that, I push it together, then I push it in so that it's like this, and then I fold both sides. Inshallah, all praise to the Most High. And then once it's pushed in, I fold the corners like that on all sides so that it becomes a little rhombus shape. A little bit of a little teensy little rhombus right here, bruh. Pretty little rhombus. And then, hold up. So it's like this. Then I go inside and I push it down to make it a square. Sometimes you let the squares hang out with the diamonds. You do it on all sides. There's a bear in the forest. So it's like this on all sides, and then I fold the top over the squares. Crush those fucking squares beneath your fingers, bitch. Then I take this, I push it, so I push the middles in, and then I flatten the middle, pushing the squares back out. Get the fuck out of here, squares. So it looks like this, and then on this side, we have this, and you stick it up, whoop. Bam, you have yourself a triangle, and then you fold the petals out, bam, bam, then you have this, and then you pinch it, and you twist it, do a little bit of a pinch and twist action on that bitch, you feel me? And then you fold it out a little bit, you have an origami rose. Inshallah. I seem to have turned on a filter, which made that whole thing difficult. Fuck. Okay, and we have this. So when I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and all the pretty girls would come in, I would be like, how you guys doing? Oh, where are you from? How do you like Ludlow? I'm kind of new here. Is there anything fun to do around here? Oh, you like that. I know you like that. I know you. I can tell. I know you're that type of person. I see it. You like that you like that? Oh my God, dude. You bring her everywhere? And then the whole time I'm folding this rose, doing the small talk, teasing, flirting, humor, openness, touch, eye contact, maintaining the vibe, holding on to yourself, providing fun experiences, being the light, being the fun, leading the interaction where you want it to go, being in control of the situation, letting them feel comfortable enough to be free to be themselves. And then I would stick this and tape it to the top of the cup. I would I mean, I don't think I really put a heart. I didn't sign my name either. I just put it on this and I gave it to them and said it's on the house. Nice to meet you. Have fun. And then they would come back that night and want a threesome. All the girls all together would go back and they'd come back and they all wanted to fuck me, so I got all of them. Kinetic cunts. Rich kinetic cunts that want that experience. And then I would go home to my shelter program. I would go back to the shelter program where all the kids were locked in and crying, and I got out because I was there long enough that I argued with the program director to let me out so I could work, and I'd go work. And I got into the TLP program upstairs where it's independent living, where you're not supervised. And I'd go back to the kids that were stuck in their rooms, stuck, locked in the room, staring out the window at the life that they could have. But their parents gave them up for drugs, for crack, or in my mom's case, she got with somebody 100 miles away. So she gave me away to go get engaged. And then I went to live with my father. And then my father tried to kill me. And I had to kill my father. I picked him up. I picked a 280-pound man over my shoulder when I was 14 and weak. And I picked him up like a full adrenaline rush, and I whipped him over my shoulder onto my guitar, breaking his hip. And then I escaped, and he chased me down in the car, trying to hit me, and he just barely missed because my dad's a conflicted soul. He wants to kill me, but he loves me, but he wants to kill me. So he just barely skims me. Cold winter road, March 17th, 2014. And I'm in my socks and PJs, and I'm carrying my Xbox and my TV, and I'm carrying it miles down the road to the next house. And I have to fix a guy with cancer who can't speak. He can't speak because he's dying. And I have to fix his landline with my purple fingers that don't move. And then my dad comes bursting and goes, ah! And he's dying of a heart attack. So I have to carry my father with a broken hip, and I have to bring him back to the car, and he drives us home with his broken hip because he's a badass. He's used his broken hip to drive us home. And he goes in and collapses, and he's having a heart attack. He's like, oh my, like he's screaming, crying. He's not crying. He's not a bitch. But he's like, he's roaring like a lion. He's like, ah! And I'm on the phone on acid, freezing. My fingers are still numb. And I'm on the phone with some snotty bitch, some fucking cunt that just wished she could go home to watch The Walking Dead, but she's stuck in this third shift. And she's like, yeah, police. I'm like, hey, my dad's having a heart attack. I need you to come to 27 Hummingbird Way. Do you know how to get there? Can you look it up on Google? I'm like, okay, can you get the other guy on the phone so that somebody can be in the car driving as I'm explaining it to you instead of trying to find the location? Just put me through to whoever you're going to send and I'll tell him. He's like, no. So like, okay, so you go, start at, where's your precinct? Okay, from there, leave the station, go right down Putney Road, then get on Western Ave, go all the way up to Wilmington. Then Wilmington, once you're in Wilmington, you go to Coldbrook Road. Then you turn left onto Coldbrook Road, and you follow that all the way up. You get to Ray Hill Road. Then you go up and down Ray Hill Road. You turn left. Oh shit, hold up, no. Coldbrook Road is just a straight shot. Yeah, that's funny. You turn left on the Coldbrook Road, and I think it's a straight shot. Because it's been 10 years. It's a straight shot to my dad's house. I think when I'm going through my memories, I'm pretty sure I tried to lead them up Ray Hill Road or Chimney Hill, which is a long, winding road. But I thought that that was quicker and my dad would live, so I explained that, which I was much more competent back then and I was there a lot. I was younger. That was my life, that mountain. So I got them through, and then by the time the phone call ended, my mom showed up with the cavalry because my dad had already called her screaming and then hanging up that he was dying. So my mom had already called, and she showed up with the police and an ambulance. Or it's a simulation, and they materialized after I did the thing by being able to guide them up. They showed up anyway. But I overcame that challenge, and then my dad left in a wheelchair, and I patted him on the back, like I win. And then I slept in my ski chalet that my dad had gotten because of his legendary life, and people felt bad for him, and on top of the mountain at the end of Hummingbird Way. And my dad later would go on to live there in his RV because the guy that owned it wouldn't let him in the house anymore unless he paid rent, so he stayed in the RV outside in the driveway. And he would just walk in circles trying to figure out his problems the same way I'm not walking in circles, I'm suffering and just sitting here looking for the way, looking for the trail to blaze, waiting for the opportunity, slowly changing myself and trying to incorporate different things. I'm battling the public, I'm teaching the public, I'm influencing the public while I'm trying to have fun. I'm learning things like and different skills that I can't mention. And what the fuck is jelking? I need to jelk. The Jelk Boys, Joe Rogan Elk. This is going on Joe Rogan. I'm going to go on the Joe Rogan podcast. I want Joe Rogan to come on my podcast. I want him to leave his studio, and I want to have a podcast on the mountains. Fucking bitch. Eat my shorts. So I told you the girl that I wanted for so long that I finally got when I transcended that world and I came into this one when I hit the pole and whatever. She called me as soon as I got out because she said she was having panic attacks, crying every night, experiencing what it was like to lose Casey. So she called me and invited me over and we started dating. And then she just shut down and went completely demonic mode. And even though she loved me so much, she was just kind of always negative, having a horrible time, but it was something else controlling her. Because when I leave and the light leaves, suddenly she's like clawing her way back. But she cheated on me that week, man. She went and ripped up some dude's back, took a picture of it, and put it on her Visco. Did you hear that long drumming horn? It went. I've never heard that in my life. But basically, whether karma or my own decision, I stayed with her and we ate so much food that she got fat as fuck. So that her prom was ruined because she's obese. And then afterwards, maybe she was pregnant. Afterwards, she lost it pretty quick. But there was a foreign exchange student named Yannick that kept trying to take her from me, and I'd be kind of out of it, half brain damaged, but still deadly. And I would sit in the back of the car, and she'd be driving us somewhere, and he'd look back, and he's like, "I'm taking your spot." Like, this fucking German pussy-ass bitch had the audacity in my girlfriend's car to look back at me in the back and say, "I'm taking your spot." So I invited them up to my dad's ski chalet, and I let him sit in the room that I killed my father in. And then I brought the girl that the American girl he had a crush on, that he had just spent like $60, like all of his money, taking her on this amazing date to the mountain. And I was like, when you're done, come stay at my place. So I let him there, and then I sat him down and ignored him. I led the entire night. He thought he was such hot shit and I was a brain damaged loser, but as soon as he was in my castle, I was joking around with my dad. I was joking around with Chloe. I was picking her up and throwing her around. I was doing backflips. I was playing music. I was doing the whole Casey shebang. And he was just sitting there like tweaking, and I would like just walk by him. And then I said, okay, it's time for bed. I sent him to bed. I was like, we're going to bed now. You should hit the hay. So I put him down in my old room, and I went to the owner's room, Skip, and which is right above his room, my old room. And I fucked the shit out of his crush that he had just spent all this money trying to impress. And I made him listen the entire night because the walls are so thin. You can hear my dad fart. You can hear my dad. You can hear, you can hear the outside, man. That's how thin it is. And I did it all night. He had to sit there all night, no headphones. I took him. I took his fucking headphones. And there's no service. I wouldn't give him the Wi-Fi password either. And there's no outlet in the room. So I made him sit there and listen the whole night. Dude, I used to get drunk and I would go to girls' houses when their boyfriend wasn't home and I would fuck them and then I would say I was leaving and then I would sit in the bathroom. Like I would stay there until the last minute until the guy walked home and the girl would panic. She's like, "Oh my God, he's here. I thought it was earlier." And I'm like, "I'm autistic." I didn't say it, but I knew what time it was. I knew how long it takes for him to get home. I waited for the perfect moment and said, "Okay, I'm gonna leave." And then I'd step into the bathroom and I'd wait for him to come home. And I just wanted to see, I was drunk. I just wanted to see what lie she would come up with. I was so like, I wanted to see what her mind would create. I wanted to see the art that would emanate from her soul. How is she going to handle the situation after I fucked the shit out of her and her boyfriend, probably abusive drunk boyfriend, is home? And then I'd walk in and say, "Oh, sorry, I forgot this." And I'd pick up my shirt. I'd pick up like my jacket. I was like, "It's good to see you." And I didn't even acknowledge him, and I'd walk out. What else, man? I've like one time some girl brought me deep into the woods, and I took my friends with me, and we went to this cabin, and they were all inside on, I think they were drunk, and I took the girl outside, and she gave me head out in the woods, and then her dog came up and started licking my dick, and I was like, "Oh, I'm too drunk for this, man. I'm not doing that." And then I walked in and I felt horrible vibes the whole night. Everybody was on edge. Everybody was really scared. The whole vibe was tense because I was the leader of the group and I got compromised. So they were all feeling bad. That girl went crazy and she ran over my friend's foot trying to leave. She was like trying to get away because a demon possessed her, probably. And she ran over my friend's foot trying to leave, having some hissy fit because I rejected her. So we went home and my friend and his girlfriend were sleeping next to me on the bed. And I just felt like it, so I took her. Not like I raped her, but like I put my arm around her and just waited for her to see what she would do. And she brushed up against me. So we did that for like half hour and then took her by the hand into the other room while my friend was probably awake. Because he was a backhanded, sly piece of garbage. And I've known that since I met him. But I kept him around because I thought I could save him, and I was grateful for my other friend that had let me stay on his house when I was in foster care. So I would sit down with this guy for 12 hours a night, sometimes, just listening to his problems and giving him the solutions he needs, which is just shut the fuck up and start doing push ups, take an active role in your fucking life, stop complaining about your circumstances. The only reason I don't is because I get violently traumatized, man. So I was drunk and I got sick of it and I took his girlfriend. And then just when I was done with girls, I would just send him back to whatever, like, go do whatever you want. Like the first girl that I fingered, I just left her at my friend's house and walked away. Like, thanks for the experience. Good luck. Hopefully you learn something. And then I'd go off to the next girl. Then I'd go off to the next girl. I'd bang out like 7 in a day. And then come home to my girlfriend. So maybe I needed to be brain damaged, man. I needed to lose everything because now I'm so appreciative. Like I would be so appreciative. I know what I want now, and I know how to. I wish, like every day, I think to myself that I wish that, like I imagined in my head, all the skills that I've learned and all the love that I carry now and my ability to care for others and the intimacy that I was afraid of, like the true intimacy and all this exponential universal knowledge. I'm like, I just wish I could just have the girl here and have her like fall asleep on my lap or something, or like pick her up and carry her and like jump off a rope swing together and just show them the love that I had to offer, but I didn't know how to express it because I was trapped my whole life. But now I'm a fighter and a badass, and people look up to and respect me in public so much that they fear me and they want to hurt me. And I wish that I could just show them. And then I look on their Facebook, and they're just, it just seems like nothing I'd want to put myself a part of, even though they're beautiful and great. But the world is growing. Isn't it crazy how in the world that we're living in, I'm one of the most sanest persons. I'm one of the realest ones you could talk to. Supposedly, I'm the realest person you could talk to. According to the people that invented the world, all the way back through the Rothschilds to ancient Egypt to whatever was before, whatever they're keeping from us, they all believe that in their system that they made, technically, I'm the scariest person that they would fear me if I was in full power. They would be almost bowing down to me. Off their system. And I was a C-section birth. I was supposed to come out at a different time, and I forced my way out to be to be that energies in the system. Unless it's a lie. So you just saw me raise my eyes, I raised my awareness. You could see the veins popping in my face when I activated my DNA. And I saw like a tiny little silhouette of like some type of weird alien being thing go and then run off to hide somewhere. I like turned the high beams on for a second, and then I saw it peeking through the corner. When I call it out, there's a lot more movement. And then you guys can see that when I start to really activate, if you go back, hopefully you can see the change in the energies, the emotions. When I really started to focus and power through, it sounded like a man making a dog noise. Like when they went to Bohemian Grove. Remember when if you look at the YouTube video of the guys going to Bohemian Grove, and there was an obvious man making an owl noise in the woods, and they got so scared shitless that they ran out. That shit happens to me like twice a month. So I don't know. It seems like like the way you guys talk to me sometimes, it seems like you know more than I do. I'm just here. I'm hiding from that reality because when I wake up to it, I would be truly helpless. I don't have someone I can call. I don't have family I can go downstairs and talk to. I don't have a mom. I have an archon for a mom. Big mind flayer energy. Oh my god, I don't know if I can have another cigarette, man. Oh, I replaced my. Let's do it. We're having another smonk. Oh my god. Real trap shit. Real trap shit. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Explosive. Certified. Certified hood classic. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? You want to hear another story? I don't know if I got so many, man. I've got 10 lifetimes worth of stories in the past 5 years. My whole life. Like every day of my life. Every week of my life could be a novel. I swear to God. I just Okay, they're trying to call my dad and they wanted me to talk about my dad more. My dad's my favorite person on earth. Actually, all my favorite people on earth are Leos. Coincidentally. My cousin Jesse, my ex-girlfriend Jessie, my dad Gary, and my ex-girlfriend Garrett. Isn't that weird? Chloe can eat a dick and die. Fuck that bitch. Her karma was taking care of me. Her karma was having the best dick on the planet, and my dick couldn't. I couldn't figure out how to make it work at the time. That was her karma. Her karma for not appreciating my dick when she had it and she went to somebody else is that I got locked in with a bunch of pedophiles and I lost my sense of identity and reality and I was trapped trying to figure out how masculinity works again. So my dick just wasn't working. I couldn't put presence into my body and activate myself the way that I could. Now I know. All I had to do was leave that apartment. If I had left that apartment, even if I had to just live in a tent back in 2020, everything would have gone great. Now, what's pretty cool, I'm pretty sure my being a hobo is connecting me to nature in such a way. Like I don't believe that it's just my looks that I get all this attention from women. I think it's because I'm a badass warrior. My genetics are shining through. I think when I walk into public and all the girls turn their head and they start squirming, that's not a good word for it. I think it's because everyone else is gone, maybe. Okay, my brain is telling me that's your natural authority. It's from your royal bloodline. It's from your ancestor. It's from your not your ancestor, your past lives. Now they're showing me me in a headdress as a Native American standing on top of a mountain. They're showing me in Egypt and I'm praying over a giant well. And the well is like I'm channeling all the energy through the pyramid down into the bottom. Now they're showing me in the Aztecs, and I'm the guy that's killing the man and taking his heart out and burning it, or I'm watching from the bottom of the steps. Oh, they're here to hurt. They're here. It's a bunch of girls. And they're laughing. Should I do it? No, they're fat and ugly. They're always fat and ugly. They're always fat and ugly, bro. I wanted to talk about my merch. Should I do a Discord for merch designs? That's what I'm thinking. I don't want to be loud. They're like middle schoolers, bro, and they're fat. They're fat middle schoolers, man. I'm not rich enough to be a pedophile. I wouldn't do it anyway. No diddy. My mind is like, this is your opportunity to have fun. But it's highlighting how mature I've become. Whether I like it or not, I'm 24. What else? They're coming to me. I'm not gonna do anything, bro. Looks like I get a shooting star. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was Zerka's vibe. Is Zerka watching? There's a spider on me. They ran away. Why are you running? Why are you running? Look at me. They're scared. They don't know me. Shit, they can drive. Fuck. The lake monster scared them. They met Cernanos. But the leaves are rustling now. And the lightning bug's going from right to left. So I guess I did the right thing, huh? Now I'm tired. I did not fuck the fat women. They left. Now I'm feeling humbled. Because I extended myself to try to make something happen in the future, and then they left when I should have been over here creating. But there's so much energy, we can channel it back, right? So I'm seeing merch, maybe some trucker caps. I want embroidery for it. I don't want to just drop a trucker cap. I'd want to put a trucker cap and embroider wings on the side, or put like. Now I feel like an old man now, bruh. Put the fur from something like this on the sides, so it's like a mix of a trucker cap and this. My bear ears. I'm tired now, man. Ugh. Damn, I had so much energy, I probably could have gone all night. I still can, I'm here. It's all coming back to me. It's all mine. All the bugs moved from right to left immediately. Oh. When I scared them, it scared all the good emotions out. So I'm drawing from that now. Because I'm an ancient vampire, maybe. I'm ascending. I'm on stage. I'm seeing the Elon Musk shape, that thing that he keeps at his desk, the most powerful shape in the universe. Now I'm seeing an old song that I made when I was younger, that I was forming the strings to form that shape. Now I'm feeling all the cigarettes in my brain. How we doing? How we doing, guys? How we doing, guys? Ah! Mukwa. Mukwa means bear in Native American. Dante's Inferno? Shut up. I don't like that. I don't like what I'm seeing. Oh, I'm peeing on camera. Mukwa. Oh, if you look into the sky, it's shaped like wings, the clouds. I feel bad, man. I don't think there's anything I could have really said. I ruined their night. No, they're going off on an adventure. What the fuck was that? That's a bear cub. That's a bear cub sound. I was actually feeling a mukwa. You fuckwad? Fuck you. My mind has just informed me that, because I went back through and I was like, how come in 2020 I could have live streamed from the Abbott block and I could have made content. I could have done what iShowSpeed did, just screaming at the camera all day. And then something outside of myself showed me that there couldn't be an iShowSpeed or an Aiden Ross or a Zerka or a GG33 or a my friends and my family and you and all the different people that I watched on my phone when I was down and out and needed that that whole stage couldn't have happened if there wasn't somebody like me that has all the pieces together and knows what's actually happening and is aware at the highest level of what's going on. For me to observe it, for me to be vigilant, like my name means, and to pay attention. I couldn't, it would have been, for them to do anything, it would have meant nothing if I wasn't here to experience it through them. And I got to experience all of them because I'm the common denominator. I could see everything that was happening with the 11 energy. I could see everything that's happening at an energetic level. And I experienced all of it exalted on the mountaintop, like my last name means. The ancient everlasting tree of love, exalted and free on the top of the mountain, that got to experience this whole thing and was able to empathize and understand it at a level nobody could. Like when people spoke and I could see all the different things that were like all the different Lego pieces attached to them when they spoke. And I knew exactly what they meant and why they meant it. I could feel the emotion like music. I could see the song that they're living in and see the transition to the next stage and the next piece and the next chord progression in the podcast episodes between them. And I could see the dominance games going back and forth, and I could see the culture that they were trying to represent and what they were really holding on to. I could see the secrets that they were hiding. I could see what they were operating from, and I could experience it. The golden spiral, and then I could put my own spin on things, and I would trek through my own playground like this, traveling, and then being my own character, going in like rescue missions and saving people that were trapped in the Matrix by guiding them along. And then I used that skill to turn them into leaders, and those people became managers or leaders of community action programs and inspired the public, or they would go on to be famous, or they would go on to drop songs that sound exactly like my style, but they were the ones performing it on stage, and I was watching them from here, from my car, trapped in the snow, homeless, fighting through the cold, keeping myself warm through my own inspiration and passion to finally break free and become the character on the screen. But now that feels like I'm kind of reducing myself, and I kind of like that. Being able to be exalted and watch myself and be the character. And I did do that through Burlington, and I performed on stage. And I fought challenging opponents, and I fought and humbled a system. I made judges confront their own identities and paradigms, and I restructured the whole system. I traveled around New England doing this. The person that's watching this that was here on the journey that I met in West Virginia, their business is called KC, Kingdom Cuts. So I don't know if it's real. I take credit for their success, but I know that there's so much more going on behind the scenes, but I feel like I'm a catalyst to bring in that higher reality, that better influence that allowed people to ascend to better lives, better timelines. Like a tree, I grew across the country. And I'm just worried that if AI is about to hit and we're about to leave this reality and move to a new one or something, where doing this stuff will be novelty. Like nobody's going to care. Anybody could be an ISO speed in the age of Aquarius. It's not challenging. So that's why I'm so worried, and that's why I'm trying to get money so bad, is so that I can get that boost, so that I can go do it, so that I can get a camera and a drone that can follow me, and I can start to make art and content that isn't just the bare minimum, but it's a golden spiral, right? The most humble. All these people doing grandiose gestures, trying to outperform each other with content, and I'm the most influential soul, and I'm doing it with the bare minimum like this, just talking to a camera, which is the simplest form of content. Even though I could, and my mind is like, go to LA, inspire people, set up shop, build, just put my instead of being this, build a character and spread that character. But that character is me. Like, show off myself the way that I want to show off myself and lead that up until I have a bigger ability to change the world. Crow caught. When I was trying to talk about my dreams. Like, I know I need my own property on a mountain somewhere where it's far away from other people, and I have an amazing view, and I have access to a river, and I have I have my whole land I can adventure around and build different little gardens in the mountain and different little places like ATV trails. And I want my own town. I want my own town. I want my own intentional community, my own town that I can build. Maybe with my uncle, where it's my own style, my own creation, the way that I want it to be made. My colors, my choice of wood, my choice of windows, and though I name the streets, and I mold the roads the way that I want them so that it flows perfectly, with a stage and like an amphitheater, like a gazebo type, not bigger than a gazebo, like a amphitheater, not like a Sydney house, but like a big stage with an overarching. It kind of looks like a cave, but like white. Oh my god, another cigarette. Burn it down till it's ashes and smoke. They're throwing me the energies of other people that I've commented on, and they had an emotional reaction to that comment, and they sent that out thinking about me. I'm drawing that down because I'm an Aquarius everything. I'm Sagittarius everything, Aquarius everything, except for my Taurus rising, which when you're Taurus, you have a Taurus rising that has to restructure your Saturn and your Jupiter and your North Node and your Venus. So if I didn't have a Taurus rising, every single one of my signs would be Sagittarius, Aquarius, the most high vibrational rebel, completely enmeshed in the strongest warrior, the freest embodiment of nature and man, the centaur, the man beast. So I would be the highest form, the highest quality, the highest vibrational form of the man beast. And the Taurus rising, they said, is people that have lived thousands and thousands of lives, and most of those lives you excelled in battle. You had to be a war chief, you had to be a king, you have to be a conqueror, you have to have gone to war for many lifetimes. They're saying, I don't know what proof they have, but I don't live their experience. I know I definitely get inspiration, and I get things that come to my head that don't make sense, and then later in life I see, oh, that's how it makes sense. And I read tarot readings that go through the same thing, where they keep taking them on journeys where they give you something that doesn't make sense, and then they'll show you how it makes sense, and then they drop it back in, and then they'll show you how it makes sense like that. I get that too. So I believe people when it comes from a lot of different sources, and I know I've been through enough to see people that know what they're talking about and are really about it, and they really are doing this, instead of people that are just rambling with nothing backing them. They're just saying stuff they don't even believe because they heard it on the internet. I'm talking about people that like go and study the greats and study people that have been doing it for thousands of years, and they put together a body of work, kind of like the Bible. That's what I follow. I follow people that follow that. Instead of having to do all the research, I find people that I have this good 11 energy. I can find the people that know what they're talking about. I'm able to see their bullshit. I'm able to see the truth, and I let them be the vessel that the divine uses to send that information to me, and they get rewarded for how they did, because I'm the best judge on earth, right? So I'm sitting there watching some guy, probably he talks like he's from the hood too. He's white though. Um, they put me on his journey where I started hearing him talk in my head first when I'd go to sleep, and now I know he was doing it. They were showing him a tarot reading of my life. I watched him go from like talking to nobody, and this is the Casey effect. Content creators that I like, let's name them: Will Survives, Jesse Wells, Casey Rocket, Kurt Kaz, Kai Cenat, Kendrick Curry, Blake Backert, Spicy Films, Yogscast Sips. They were people that in my immense struggling as a child, when I had nothing and no one and I was struck out like this, persevering against the entire elements of the universe, whatever they're throwing at me every day, every moment, back when it was a lot worse than this. And I would escape into YouTube, and I would watch them. The people that I liked the most blew up out of proportion. So in this example with the tarot reader, I watched him giving off basic readings where he's not really channeling energies that well. He's good at it, but I can see that he's not believing himself. He's depressed. And then I saw my presence invade in my readings when I needed to see them, and he relayed myself back to me in a way that I really needed to hear, with information about myself that I didn't know, that he got to be the one to tell me. And then now he's like a war chief. Now he's like intense, and he's in it, and he's good at it. Tons of people like that. And they're saying that to be a Taurus rising, you have to have had a past life. Obviously, if I'm a 33, and obviously if I'm born on the 11th, that energy, to house it, you have to be a strong enough soul to be able to naturally process it, supposedly. Like if your energies are like a mech, you have to be a certified pilot. So to be able to work in that realm and be able to contribute it and fulfill whatever we're doing here. So to be a Taurus rising, I've killed a lot of people, probably for righteousness or whatever. I've definitely, like, psychics have read back to me that I was a giant, and I had a battalion of people that were not giants. I was like one of the last ones, and we were going to war against Vikings or barbarians or some like force against us that was invading, and they saw that everybody was looking up to me literally because it was fun for me. It was like what I was bred to do. I was bred to go to war, and I was able to like run down the hill, ride the big, I want to say ride a horse, but I probably didn't in that life. And people would follow me because I made them excited to do it. I made them excited to run around and be free and be wild. And an old man. They said I was an old man, like decrepit, sitting on a throne, decaying, and angry. And they also say that I have lion people around me all the time. And whatever the Arcturians are, they're involved. I have dreams about blue people. I've heard that they're blue people. I don't really look into it. But that's the general consensus. So, like, I have all this stuff. What the fuck would you do with it? Why am I trapped? I could ride my bike around town, but what would I see? If I went around town right now, would there be somebody that would offer me $100,000? Is it leading up for the big finale, the big reveal? We had like 6 big reveals here where I felt a terrifying glitch in the Matrix where everything got confused and then Glitch said yo in the chat. Is Glitch real? I've never seen Glitch on my page. He's got red hair. No, he's got brown hair with a red hat or an orange hat. But yeah, I'll find a random, like, my algorithm will give me some kid that's making art and he's just throwing it out into the ether like this. And it will pop up on my page, and I'm sitting there, usually full of light, sitting in the woods, panicking out of my mind about making the right decision. And then this guy pops into my page, and then I run through my system and I judge him. And if I like what he's doing, it's all of a sudden, it's like I sent the torch or I shot the arrow and I grew the roots in. And then all of a sudden, someone in town, like some random stranger in the town I'm walking through, they want to tell me about this YouTuber they just saw that they like. And I'm like, yeah, I think I like him too. I think he should go this way. And then he goes that way. Then he blows up. And I usually find a way to interact with them in the future. Like Epic Mealtime. I didn't know who the fuck Epic Mealtime was. I liked him on Video Game High School. That's the only time I saw him, other than like I'd scroll past him on my For You page. Way back when I was on Xbox Live, eating pizza with my mom, watching Ray William Johnson, and then went to Venice Beach and Ray William Johnson walked right next to me. He just stood right next to me. Why did he do that? Was he puppeted by the Matrix? Was it not real? But yeah, that's another thing that happens because 33's evolved souls. So, I mean, when I imagine things, I feel like there's more attention being drawn on me, like more things in the sky are interested in my Twitch stream when I'm thinking about fucking girls. Because that's always been what I wanted. Like, that's always been my passion. I love music. Like, when I'm depressed and I make something that heals me and I go out of my way to make stuff that I love, that when I play it, I feel proud of. But at the end of the day, when I'm just sitting around, I'm just thinking about how to put this light in a girl, I guess. I'm thinking about intimacy. Maybe it's because I was starved of hugs as a child. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't. But for whatever reason, maybe it's because I feel robbed of my childhood. Or maybe I just love myself so much I want someone else to feel what I feel. It's just, I feel myself in sex. I don't know how to say it. I don't know the best way to put it. And then when I do fuck girls, I'm bored. I don't know what to do next. I'm like, oh, I did it. Now what? I don't even want to be there. Back in the day, I would get reinvigorated again and I'd have to run off to the next girl. Like I probably went off to battle back in the day. I'm wearing a hat. I found this. So when I rode my bike all the way up here, there was, that was when the gunshots were going off. People were going around me a lot. There was so much drama I was hiding from. And then I took off again, made some more songs in my head I was really proud of. A bunch of old veterans were like following me around. And I'd feel like I'm trapped fighting for my own consciousness again. My own unique individuality, individual character. And I'm stuck as this guy. So I kept going. And I just kept riding and riding, and eventually I stopped, and there was in the random middle of the woods, back road, no house, but there's a pond with fake swans in it, and there was a bunch of these boxes. And I just went through the boxes, and I found cool versions of everything that I was looking for. So I found this hat, which is dope. It's like the bear. I found ski boots that fit my feet perfectly, that were red and black, and then I had green and white skis that I buried. I hid in the woods. There was a mat that I should have taken, but I didn't, and now I really need that mat. It was like a mat to lay on the ground on, like a camping mat. So that would have been great. And there was a bunch of socks, which I really needed because I will walk until my feet are so blistered that I need to go to the hospital. In Burlington, when I had so much to do every day, I had to walk across town every day to get to where I needed to go, and I was trying to run errands, and I was trying to go to community action programs and get help and try to get myself on supplements and meds and just try to get myself to an elevated level so I could perform. And then it never worked out, but then I persevered harder, and then I had a way more beautiful and great experience performing for a bunch of high schoolers on drugs, where I'd put the headphone, like there would be a girl walking around like, I don't know, and then I'd put the song over her. I've like, listen to this real quick, and I'd play Park and Ride, and I could see her pupils dilate, and she'd wake up, and I could see her empty vessel get filled up with the light, and she'd start bawling her eyes out, and she'd need hugs because she just realized everything that she'd known her entire life was a lie. I don't know how to explain whatever that was. If you can't find a way to just sit and feel alright, let's drive until we forget how to tell the time. If you get amnesia and get stuck in the days and get stuck in our ways when the sun comes up, that's fine. I'm just grateful that I had you in my life. It's alright. Alright. I can feel the anticipation building from a mile away. I can't wait to pull up to your place and see the smile on your face. So I'm turning down your road. The only thing between us are these windows. I feel the energy burning as you're rushing down the stairs. Take a second just to stop. Check your hair in the mirror, and then you're out the door. Oh, Lord. It's the most beautiful girl in the world. My pride is in my production. I love the lyrics and the cadence, but you can't experience it without the production. You don't know what I've learned and how to manipulate the space in your 3D headphones. I could take you to a new world. If I only had the money. So I have to figure out how to get it, so I do this. So I do anything that I can. I go on Facebook pages where you ask for money, and I just tell them, hey, my car broke down in the sun downtown. It was negative 10 degrees. I was in the back in an igloo fighting, and I'd go return cans for money so that I could learn stock trading, and I was trying to do crypto. I definitely turned $3 into $30. It was so hard, and then I had to kill someone in self-defense who attacked me in the laundromat. And then his uncle was a neo-Nazi that was in jail and were paying people to put hits out on me, and people I later learned were pointing the gun at me while I was sleeping and sending pictures to each other. And crackheads were fighting me. I was feeling horrible, and I felt like I was being attacked. I felt spiritually raped every day, and I was fighting off all that in the cold. Got my computer working, started stock trading. My computer burned out and fried. Like it overheated and fried. And I lost all the money that Heather had donated. But I'll tell you, I swear to God, I had the perfect, I had it all lined up. It was perfect. I knew what I was doing. I had just turned $3 into $30. I was about to turn 250 into $5,000. And then my computer fried. It just stopped working all of a sudden, which forced me to go into the woods and go to Acacia's Grace homestead, and I met Vivek Ramaswamy, and I helped her and her husband raise their children, and I went out in the woods and recorded more videos. And then I found my way buying some small thing and trading it for something else, and I got the bike. And I didn't realize that when you spend $5 a day for 30 days, that's what, like $600? in my head I was so depressed and stuck out in the woods, and I'd go home back to the Acacia's Grace, and I'd look in my phone, and I had like 6 big welted ticks on my back. So I've definitely probably have Lyme's disease, and there was a lot more going on, but I should have just saved the money and starved. I really should have. My mind was gone. I was just waking up every day and trying to feel nature, arguing with birds, and actually the understanding that I had of nature is so much better. That's when I talked the other day, when I said I had a dream that somebody was showing me like this old broken firebender that was doing this energy stuff, and I thought that was a different person. They were showing me the me that I had just left when I left that homestead. That energy, like I was saying I was showing a flamethrower off to lava. The lava was where I was at when I was in the woods, out of my mind and making songs. That's what it was showing me. And then a whole town full of demon puppets were attacking me in my dream when I was trying to get back in to free them and save my friends. But the ringleader, the big demon puppet master, it wasn't working. I wasn't winning. So then I escaped to find a mentor on a boat through the Arctic. And then I was a stowaway and they caught me. That was my dream. And then I woke up feeling like so much love. And then crows were screaming. There were strangers just walking around, pacing in circles right around the area, coughing and stomping. And I was like, okay, so now I have to remember all the times that I was trapped and I was trying to identify with the captors to try to not make the wrong move, and I was feeling powerless to them. So this is a recycle of my trauma where I can now learn how to house it back in my system and take the energy back and just completely disregard them and love myself and have that boundary, and then use those people that are scaring me as kind of walls so that I can house myself in relation to them. But there's also so much distraction and going on, and I had so many traumas that I'm guiding my system that I often lose it, and I feel powerless. And then they'll cackle, they'll go ha, and then they'll take off running like those girls did. And it happens so much, so often, that I'm just convinced that the majority of the public has been brainwashed into a different realm that I don't access because I ignore it and live in love. And that those people can feel it, and those are called gang stalkers. But whatever, maybe I said too much. They're like, yeah, I definitely did. But whatever, man. I don't care if they use it against me in the future, because AI will be at a point where you could just put my face on anything doing anything. Right? They don't need to bring a politician into a back room and then have their knees stripped butt naked and then take a picture of them with a naked girl and then blackmail them for pedophilia if they don't comply to their agendas and push their laws and legislation. Now they can just AI you, wear a mask of your face with a voice box like these crows that sound like when they used to go caw. They used to sing, and now they just you fucking feel me, bitch? You fucking feel me? Oh my god, I'm about to squirt. What the fuck? Who am I, man? This ain't me. This has never been me. This has never been me, I swear to God. So I don't know. I used to just tell stand-up jokes, and I used to flirt. I was just a flirt that told very funny jokes. And then I'd go manic and I'd scream in an Irish accent before I knew that that was significant in my life. You feel me? Maybe that's an AI. Maybe that's an artificial intelligence living in the electromagnetic spectrum, and it's coming down through the side and has taken over my consciousness because I was bred, and not bred, but not berated either, not branded, beat down enough that I lost my own sense of control to house my own unique ability to create, to live freely in the moment the way that I want to. And now it's just being kind of siphoned through me. But maybe that's just what the Aquarius is, the water bringer, the Christ consciousness. They're saying that's not the case. It's just authentic at a different level, I guess. Or maybe it's all the stars and I'm a cosmic voodoo doll. All the stars are closer. All the stars are closer. Maybe there's just so much junk in my lungs. Actually, cigarettes clog your heart. Your heart is way more than a pump. It does so much more than we know. Oftentimes, I feel like maybe it's the Aquarius moon, like they say you're detached and rational. For me to feel like I'm just floating in a space way beyond my body and my body barely is here. Like I don't identify with my body at all. I'm just like a floating shooting star in space. I'm just a glowing, exalted tree. And people come around to hug me. Holy shit. Where was I at? Man. Any cool stories? That's true. One time I got high and I went to a town I never went before. And I could see the police. Like I'd feel a buzzing and I could see in my mind while I was high the police were going to come at me and try to block me. So I would outmaneuver them and I would feel them closing in on me. I hadn't seen them yet, and I would turn down a side street and wait, and then I'd see the police fly by, and then I'd go back, and then I'd feel more of them were coming, and more of them were coming, and I'd have to guide me and my friends who are high as fuck and they would never understand what I'm talking about, as I'm like shooting through the ether, driving them to their house. But I'm floating in an exalted dimension where I'm seeing the spiritual energy of all of it, and I can see it coming at me at all sides, and I have to literally drive through high as fuck, drunk as fuck, and get them to the place. And I'd be blasting music, and the whole time I'm deconstructing the album, and I'm seeing all the different motifs that the artist put in there and where the influences came from, and I'm cross-referencing that with OG hip-hop tracks where I know he sampled it from, or maybe I can see that the direction he was taking with this is the same direction that sprouted up from this artist back in the day. And I'm feeling the flow and the cadence of it is the same as this track and record. And then later the artist goes on for the record and he talks about the album and he's just reciting everything that I figured out by myself while I was dodging the police, thinking about what I'm going to say to this girl on the phone, thinking about all the different Tinder apps and coming up with things that would spark emotions while my friends are drunk and high, and I'm just saying jokes to them at the same time, just spouting off the funny shit that makes them crack up. And I did it, man. I did it. I did all of that and more. I'm not lying. Like those are just tiny little sneak peeks at the grand design that was Casey O'Brien's life. There's so much more that I could unpack. It would take years to fully like get down and explain the stuff that I've done and seen at the simple, like at such a complex level while I'm living such a simple life. This is more than just a simple life. There's a sickness in the state of mind, and there's a sickness, in this state of mind. I left them speechless when they tried to read my rights. So imagine the advice I could offer, and all the advice that you'd ever need is to just take time by yourself, learn how to love what you do and do what you love. Stay consistent, goal setting, building a system in your house that it makes it easier, clean it, keep a clean, safe environment for yourself that you can have all the different supplements that you need in compartmentalized, organized spaces, so that you can just grind out evolving yourself, so that you don't have to come out and struggle from the ground up like me. You don't have to when you lay on the ground, you don't have to lay on the ground and have to push yourself through depression in the matrix to finally get those push-ups done in a world that if you are in that frequency, they'll get offended and they'll come try to hurt you. So you have to like fight off the vibes of an entire town while you're trying to do 50 push-ups and not violently react so that they label you as a schizophrenic and put you in a loony bin, because you have to save the world. Because no one else is going to do it, and they're lying and taking advantage of the system. They're joining cults like Michael Rubin's parties. My favorite song growing up was "One Man Can," not or in the era when I had a car and I would drive around by myself. I would just keep like every time it came on the radio, it would lighten my whole life up. It was "One Man Can Change the World" by John Bellion. John Bellion's "One Way to San Diego." No, hold up. No. That's a better that's a better song that I like. That just came to me. Stay your course, young man. There's light at the end of the tunnel that you're digging. Angels carry you to land, past what you see, what you know, and where you live in. The other one is Kanye West and Big Sean. One man can change the world. Did I fail? Can I get a lightning bug if I failed? If all that stuff happened because I was supposed to go down a different road and I didn't? So I wound up here. Back when I was 18, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Now I'm 24. Or maybe it's all divine timing, is what I'm hoping to justify the fact that I'm not in a penthouse right now. Fucking Bobby Altoff. Bobby Only Tits. Booby Only Tits. But I mean, I'm much cooler now than I was then. I was just a lot more optimistic and freely creative. So the jokes I said were amazing and funny. And I definitely am still an ancient king. I'm definitely still an ancient warlord king. The ancient Irish god incarnate, Cernunnos, the god of the wild. Which now that you call them the Baphomet. But I mean, now I've seen so much of the world. I've seen so much. Joe Rogan would shit himself and die if I came in and started talking about my life. Because these guys come in and that's like, it's just, they're vessels to channel the information through, to evolve the place, like feeding fertilizer. So I'm at 311, I'm an 1133. I have everything in one. I don't, Joe Rogan doesn't need, or for Joe Rogan has to bring in all these different handfuls of people across the world that have lived these unique experiences in lives. And the information that they went on these huge lifelong journeys to discover, I just understood playing Minecraft when I was 7. And I would channel that into perfection. And I'd channel that into jokes that would make people laugh and have fun. What's an example I could give? I naturally understood how people's face would change based on their emotional state. So I had a grasp on cellular intelligence when I was 2, which I'm sure I think everybody has it. I think we come from source, right? I don't think it's special. I think that it's a role. Maybe. I don't know, man. I'm avoiding the fact that there was a guy making dog noises earlier. I'm avoiding the fact that I saw an alien earlier. I see him all the time. I don't embrace it fully because I'm scared it will transition me to something terrifying. So I keep it on the back burner and I keep powering through, which is what the Taurus rising does. Is they're stubborn. One man can change the world, but I don't. I have pages full of questions for mentors. Like, if I have all these ideas in my head that I'm working on, like projects, I have like all the stars in the sky are like projects for me that I'm working on and fine tuning. And then oftentimes I'll see one beam down and come out of somebody named Casey. So like that energy got expressed. This star that I've made in the sky came through and was a star on stage on Kill Tony. Right? All these different projects. So I'm worried like if I share with you guys like my merch ideas. And what I also don't like is when I give people sneak peeks like when I did I was born a saint, but I turned into a soldier. Catch me out in Maine, then I take off in a plane down to Florida. Go on Facebook just to share the grace. See my haters and my lonely homies slowly turning gay. Think that y'all should be ashamed that you don't wake up every day and chase greatness. I was forged in fire and the flames. When you're a legend, when you're a classic, you could never be outdated. Science said the world is getting cold. When it does, you can find me with the natives and the hiker ho. Shout out Cernanos because I'm wild and I'm Irish. That's when to go. Somewhere on a lake, way out in Appalachia. Way out in Appalachia. And then guess what? Like 6 of my Irish artists now live in Appalachia, and Will Survives had to leave his compound with Lucky Thrives, the guy with the Irish clover, as his symbol, and they had to go to Appalachia to a lake. When I set the tone and I brought it down from the heavens and I moved it, I moved the whole. That's my mom smoking a cigarette. Fuck you, bitch. Cunt. Nobody believed her. Allowed to curse out my mother, even though she's one of the leading causes of most of my mental health problems. I'm back. What time is it? It's only 2. I have to find a place to sleep. There's too many bugs out, man. The mosquito net only works for a hammock. I don't have a place to put the hammock, bro. I have a tarp, like a dollar store tarp. I have 2 carabiners. Right? I'm trying to find a place in the woods that I can hang it up. But I'm pretty sure if I crawl in that shit, it's probably gonna rip. I'm back. I'm not allowed to curse out my mom. I can't. They don't want. They want. They don't want me to call my mom a cunt. I can break your mind over and over again for hours, but I cannot call you guys cunts. I can't be mean. But my mom didn't hit me up for years through fighting for my life, trying to survive all the horrible trauma I endured, and I needed someone to talk to for 10 years. She would show up like she would call me on the phone in the retreat and I'm locked in a room and she would tell me she's going to be there and then she would just not show up. So I would stare out the little crack in the window and wait for my mom for like sometimes up to 10 hours, bro. And she lies. When I feel powerful, she comes into my simulation and she'll lie. She'll like she'll come into places with people that are supporting me and trying to help me, and then she'll come in and start screaming at everybody that I need help. And I'm like, what do you the fuck do you think we're doing? We're trying to get me money so I can get a computer to make my music. And she's just screaming, you need help, you need help, you need help. And I'm like, we invited you here so that we could talk. You've never been in charge of my life. I've been in charge of your life. I had to urge you to get up there. I had to get you an Xbox. I went out and found you land to put your A-frame cabin. You're not here to direct my life. If anything, you're here to support my vision. And then in return, I give you tools and keys, little building blocks. I plant seeds that will save all of your lives. That's all it is. I'm the tree that grows in every garden. I'm the caretaker. I was talking about I don't know if I because I'll explain for hours. I don't know if I take one of my ideas that I have in the heavens and I bring the idea down, it changes the world. It changes communities. It changes the whole structure of my reality, like my reality. I'll make a song, nothing happens. I post the song, and then everything restructures. I'm talking about people's lives end and they move to a whole new life. The way that I said I brought people on emotional roller coasters and I transitioned people like the Irish polar bear would take the Inuit spirits to the next stage of their life in their meditations, in their ayahuasca journeys, whatever. The polar bear spirits would come in and guide them to the next journey, the next stage, the next gauntlet, the next battle, war zone, the next level. So like I drop something I spent years cultivating and I throw it in. I shoot the little, look at this little short, or I'll comment on somebody's YouTube page. And then I can see the cascade of how my energy is now growing and like being expressed through people across the internet. And I don't like that because I've spent so long I want to make my art perfect. Like I want it to come from me, and maybe that's selfish and I'm supposed to be selfless. But I don't want to drop a song with this unique energy. Somebody pick up that energy and then make it as their own, and then they get famous for it. Like that happened, bro. It's happened. It happened with Seed Out 416. It happened with March Davis. It happened with North Ave Jax. It happened with Real Ricky, where I played them a bit of this light, and they took it for their own, and they expressed that light, and it did go out to thousands of people, like hundreds of thousands of people. So I did pump and influence a burst of my life that changed the genetic code probably in tons of people by giving them a reference experience. But I'm upset because I wish that it had come, instead of just coming through like this, I wish that it could be in something that people can play over and over again, like a song. But when I get close to making that song, that's at 3:22:22, and 3 people watching, 3 likes. When I make the song, so I had a song called Float. I worked on in public housing for years, and it was the full expression of everything. It was my perfect, and then suddenly there's 7 police outside the door trying to break in. Then my dad is calling police and trying to get him and them inside my Merkaba, my isolation bubble that was allowing me to channel this energy through, because I had cultivated it and perfected it over years of suffering, trying to build that safe space for me to work and live in that. They kept trying to invade the castle. In that transition to I lost my housing, I had to go to my mom, and then my mom lied. And the whole journey started with jail, where they pepper sprayed me twice, threw me down on the ground, pepper sprayed all my cuts, put me in jail and didn't wash my eyes, and I had to wipe it off with the toilet water. And then it's been 2 years now for bumping into somebody in the hallway and getting a simple assault, and they're still trying to send me to jail for it. I might have an active warrant out, but I wrote the judge 2 long letters that I had a dream he keeps at his desk and he cherishes, because I really gave it to him in a way that's not disturbing the status quo, and that's expressive of life and highlighting the things that people are too afraid to say. And it also came through a role model like me that has this legendary, inescapable life and title and life path and all the things that I've done. And I emotionally got him to a point where he'll be like staring at me like this. And I said nice stuff, and it was very simple. It was just like, I beat them at their own game, like the little white pride games, little passive aggression. I'm worried if I start to share the ideas, it's going to go the wrong way, so I stay at this level. And also, just trauma. But I have tons of merch ideas. I have a whole series planned. I have, like, look at all my books. I'm writing down timelines. I'm, like, structuring my own adventures that I could take in the future. Like branches of my tree that I could go, different roads I could take. But I need money. The more money I have, the better the chances of me getting to that position. But also, maybe the more money I have, the less I'm able to channel these humble energies where you're connected to just the earth and not the world. Where you're able to disassociate from the matrix. Like maybe my power is in my struggle and humility. Maybe because I have nothing, it's putting me in the right place to make the art better. I feel like 2025 is a royal year. I feel like that's an expression of my kingdom. I feel like that's like this. I mean, if you go back through your year, it was probably pretty purple and green. Like the first thing that comes to my head is the auroras. The sky literally turned purple and green. And I've known, like, all 2023, I had this strong feeling, like people say Aquarian energy is forward thinking. You're able to look into the future. And I would see that 2024 is going to be wild. It's going to be earthy. Before I knew it's a wood dragon year. So I could feel the energy beforehand. And I feel like 2025 is royalty. It's black and red and gold, which is my colors. It feels like my element, my time to shine. And the way that I feel like I need to do that is exalted as the king, not the fighting bear man. but the suited up, like seeing my face on a Renaissance painting type. And I want to be in a Class A RV with enough money that I can travel. I want to be able to put on concerts where I set up shop somewhere, and then my army comes out of the RV onto my pull out stage, and we just shine through everything in front of everyone. And it's not like a podcast setup where you had to talk to somebody's manager and you had to get fucked in the butt. You had to sign your soul in a contract. It's like I pulled up outside a public place and gave them the best content you could see in your life so far. That's such a beautiful way of expressing the golden spiral with simplicity and complexity. But I just can't tell if it's like building me up and you're going to realize that it all had to happen, or if I'm making bad choices and they're constantly rerouting me like Joe Biden, where he's like just wandering and doesn't know where he's going, and the Secret Service like, go here, go here, go here. He fucked up. Oh shit, put him back. If that's the case, then I'm really ashamed of my actions, because I know I could have released these songs, but I could have said fuck you. Like most people are like, fuck, I didn't talk to that girl, or man, I really should have bought that stock. But my shit is like, I should have fought back harder against the simulation. I should have kept going and not cared about what they're going to do to me further than I usually take it. Cuz you guys see how I'll take it, man. I'll go into a parking lot full of people overdosing on heroin that are violent, and the police don't show up and they don't like me. And I'll start to activate the high frequencies that in the past have sent them on me and sicked them on me like rabid dogs. And I'll do it because I want to finish my song. And if I don't do it, I'll hate myself. So I keep saying I need $100,000. Like the whole year, at the start of 2024, I got trapped in the snow, and the one person I went to whipped his dick out and started jerking off. And he had an assault rifle. And my car was broken. So I was like, "Can I take a shower, dude?" And I just walked away and left him. And then I came back and he was playing piano on Chatterbait. He was playing piano on Chatterbait to a bunch of dudes jerking off, and a couple girls that he was chatting with. He invited them to a party. So I went out and sang. I went out and sang. But it was obvious energy vampires. They had a fucking book on the Kabbalion and witchcraft just sitting on their desk when they went to sleep, and they would smoke crack and scream at me and bark at each other like dogs. And I was in there trying to use my opportunity. I'm so grateful to just have a warm place to be. And I want to help these people fix whatever this fucked up situation is. So I stayed up. I took an Adderall and I stayed up for 3 days studying online businesses, how to get small business loans, how to TikTok affiliate marketing, TikTok shop, house hacking, where you put the down payment on a house and rent it out so the tenants pay your mortgage. Using drones to use LiDAR to identify pests in crop fields, and how to design the drones so that you can fly little cheap drones over in a program set schedule so that you can minimize pesticide and maximize output. And I was writing them all down because that's the direction this guy wanted to go. So I was giving him tons and tons of opportunities from when I left for him to save his life. And then I went back out until I broke down again. And that was the transition from the year of the water cat to the year of the wood dragon, was in that. And he's a Cancer, so I'm obviously Cancers of the shell. They live life like a whirlpool. They live like a condensed ocean, like Sandy Cheek's dome, but reversed, where the water's inside, like an aquarium. So of course I'm trapped with a Cancer energy vampire in the year of the water cat, trapped in his shell. And the other person was Rh negative blood, which my mom has, and I have the genetics, which is the alien gene. It's a very dark, dark energy. So I was trapped with her and him, and they were attacking me on crack spiritually while I'm trying to save the world. I'm trying to save the world. And I get good at it, and then it attacks me. How would I save the world, you ask? By setting an example. By running into battle and trying to bring as many people with me as possible. And if that doesn't work, then try to give them the keys. When I can't and I'm trapped and I'm stuck out at 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. If I can't and I'm trapped here like this, then my desperate attempt, why I made this channel, my desperate attempt to try to save the world was to just give little encoded bits and pieces of what I know in these crazy schizo rantings, so that the haters will come out and say, you're schizophrenic, whatever. And then the people that are really paying attention, it gets in your subconscious. One of my subscribers can now ask the stars for a shooting star, and she gets it, which is something I learned how to do. And through my teachings, I've probably woken her up to the ability to do that. I hope she uses it for good. That's what I'm also afraid of, is that with this blessing, when I've shared it with some people, and then they go on to hurt me, like another Cancer in my life, the Truman Show guy that took me to that weird place and then he ran off with his girlfriend into the woods. He would take bits and pieces of myself, like when I was trapped in the Abbott block, the Cancer would come in and put himself in the Abbott block, and what I now know is he was draining my energy, and he was gaslighting me and pressing me so that he was one-upping me and holding himself over me. So I felt in submission, and I thought that I was losing my sense on reality, and I was being, if you don't use it, you lose it. That's what I felt. Like, that's why I can't talk to girls anymore, and that's why the vibes that I hold dear and my gifts aren't working. But no, I was being siphoned. I was being farmed. And then he would go and try to fuck my ex-girlfriends. Imagine feeling like you have full control over being Casey, where you can do anything. And he used it to try to fuck my exes. He would hit them up. He would try to get their numbers and Snapchats. He would try to go to their house. Out of anybody. And that's why you can tell that some people don't deserve it. Because I know how to cherish it and keep it sacred, and I know how to use it wisely. I earned this gift through thousands of lifetimes. I didn't believe it, but so many people have showed up just to hammer that into my head. I don't know why I'm screaming like a crackhead, bro. I'm ranting. I'm like berating my fans. I'm just yelling at my fans, bro. All three of you. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you here? I'm used to one, now there's three. Maybe you said something that seemed a bit too prideful, and I muted you. And that's why I'm not seeing your things in the chat. Susie Fairfield always shows up to post crow emojis. Every time Susie comments, she's always talking about the crows. Sam Alcatraz is nowhere to be found. He showed up just to say, "Oh, I'm like you, but I go to the gym." And I'm like, "You're like me, but you need to stun on some stranger on the internet." And then he was like, "Oh, no, I'm ugly. Girls don't like me." And I was like, "I admire your perseverance and your humility and honesty. You fucking faggot. There's a spider I'm gonna kill." Eat piss. Sure, dick. I'm in for a wild ride. Oh, but it's give and take. All these cigarettes I'm smoking, my my body emanates this darkness. I think that's called pain. But I also there's so much gunk in my organs now. Those girls had no awareness that I was here, even though I was talking. I was hearing what they were saying. They had no idea I was here. Then all of a sudden, all three of them jolted and they were laughing and talking. And they just suddenly had a need to come over here because they wanted to be in the light. They didn't see me. And then they turned the corner like a pack of cats and they saw me and they all took off at once. But all three of them at the same time without saying anything, I saw them jolt like this, like the chum bucket hats activated, and they started coming close to me, which happens a lot. Like I'll ride down the street and everybody leaves their house, slamming on their car doors or bumping into my car when I was in the back hiding in my Magnum. I was in my Magnum homeless, trying to write my Magnum opus, hoping that nobody noticed that I'm cold and I'm alone. I am not another white rapper, I am a demigod. This ain't lean, bitch. My styrofoam was mixed with gasoline and we're coming for your team. All of my children go bump Aretha. Eureka. Urethra. What please you? Most of the people that came to help me in my struggle eventually tried to rape me. Millionaires. CEOs of companies. Random strangers that I'd meet on the street. And I'd be in this position, much worse. But my art was much better. And they'd offer help. So I'm trying to save the world. You gonna turn it down? So I'd go and I'd play the game. How far can I get before I'm almost raped? And by the grace of God, it would get me just far enough to keep going. But there would be lots of consequences, like he revealed himself to be a necromancer and he did some Kabbalion ritual magic and he kept me trapped and tried to steal my vibe, and then he went on to become a famous author that my parents still are friends with after they know that he tried to rape me at gunpoint. In the movie he made Incident at Montauk, which is about MK Ultra babies. And when he showed up, another guy showed up earlier that day, wearing a shirt And he just walked up to me while I was at the park fighting the Matrix to make my art in public because that's all I could do. And he walked up to me with a shirt that says, and he just stood there like this while I'm trying to tune him out so I can channel the energy into the song. And the shirt said, "I survived MK Ultra torture for years, and all I got was this T-shirt." And then he waddled away, waddle, 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 until the very next day. And he did come back the next day. They're saying I'm a loser, but what's a winner? A winner is saying, get your Cash App out and send me all your money. That's not a winner. A winner is get a computer going, get a computer, start live streaming, start clipping, post the clips on all social media platforms, get merch, and that's how I ask for money, is I provide actually valuable clothes that are unique and cool. That people wear and feel confident. Like Casey. Now they're saying I aced the test. But what is they? What is it that I can ask and then I get confirmation or rejection in a cool creative style? Is it that I'm so layered as a consciousness that in order for me to be in this experience, I have to have disassociated and identified as multiple different densities of myself all the way up to the exalted? So that I can teach myself and that's how I can work in this density? I don't know, but it come out of me so easy. Or maybe I'm afraid and I disassociated as different characters so that I could comprehend living in isolation for my entire life, which is the worst form of torture possible. I'm talking about real isolation where the entire world is alien to you. And it's so violent you have to escape in the woods. And you made content singing songs. And you stole a bunch of tools to rake leaves and build trails for you to run across and walk across. Living in a place where you were pinned down to the ground by a supernatural force and a deer came out to try to scream it away. And you've been through so much that you just see it as another day, another challenge. It's a learning experience. It's a unique experience. I'm alive, aren't I? We go until we die. So what would I do? I could see myself on stage explaining this in a more perfect way when I have the ability to focus. I want to get buff. I want to walk around. I already feel like a Titan when I walk around, but I want to be the Titan. I want to be buff. I want to be this knight in shining armor that's inside the beast. Not the evil beast, but Casey. I want to evolve and get better. And I want it all so that women can experience it. That's all it is. I want to inspire children and collaborate on the best art, the best creation possible. And then I want girls that deserve it, like my favorite characters that I can bless, that maybe I can open up to and be afraid and it won't go in a bad direction. But all this creative stuff is me avoiding normalcy, I guess. Like for me, going into society is like hopping into a tank. where it's like I put myself in a lower density to live around the people, and that's when there's so much more going on. You can actually enjoy talking to each other and have fun. But it's like I'm pushing, you're like pushing a tree down into like a little box. So I fix that by going up to the top of the mountain, and then I come back in and I ride through it, and then I'll set up shop at like a public place. I wind up at a public place, and then they come to me, people that need to hug a tree. Like last week, I was arguing with a Lakota Indian because she was saying like really mentally ill stuff online, and it made me mad. So I played with her emotions in front of everybody on the Facebook group. And then she went off about being a Lakota Indian. And then somebody named Lakota, like a kid, one of the kids that bullied me, came back the next day with his sister to be like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm hanging out. Are you high?" And he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "You want to learn about God?" And he was like, "No." I was like, "No, you want to have fun, man. So go have fun." "I'm Casey. Nice to meet you." He was like, "I'm Lakota." I'm like, "I'm talking to a Lakota Indian on my phone right now." And he was like, "I was named after them." And I was like, "I know." And I felt hurt because I didn't fight back. When the kids get high, they get puppeted, and the other thing is guiding them to me to attack me. And what are you supposed to do? Get violent? No, you have to fight back. And I was so depressed and tired, I didn't. So I was ashamed, and I felt like that had siphoned a lot of my light. As I was sleeping above a giant graffiti fire cat. So ideally, I would be able to focus and have my mind right so that I could make content that isn't this. Like this is just explaining, it's not really creating. And back in the day, I used to be like a full creative force, fully present, my own style, rampaging through life, fun, changing lives, and not just coping and fighting, trudging, enduring. My head is saying, "I put a spell on you, and now you're mine." So maybe it's an astral projecting from a Freemason that I alerted. If you just out yourself as the most powerful soul in a group full of people that practice ritual magic and astral projection, the most powerful soul, that's a devoted hobby for a lot of these people. Probably they probably check in a lot. I probably piss them off with how much I I don't listen to whatever I'm getting inspired to do. Now I'm suddenly very cold. There's an extreme cold temperature. Just the trees aren't moving. There's no wind. All of a sudden, this really cold breeze has entered the space. I'm safe, I'm protected, and I'm blessed. I warm the entire space. I call down all the benevolent beings to come here and hold the bubble for me so that I can continue getting inspired and we can all get on a better timeline to move forward into a future where all of us are happy and fulfilled, challenged, humble, goated, greatest of all time. And we can all build a movement together that extends ourselves and we actually have an impact on this world and this system before we all die and we become bones that other versions of Casey find in the woods. Like the Rainbow Gathering, but not addicted to opioids. Opioids. Garfield hates Mondays. God, if you had Garfield as a cat. What the fuck is that? I'm starting to think the wind is a conscious entity. You should see me in a crown. I'm gonna run this nothing town. Billie Eilish is a Sagittarius Aquarius as well. And that's why the wind is telling me that. But that's just a theory, a schizophrenic theory. But I'm not schizophrenic. They can't get me. They can't sit me down and get me. I'll run them in circles and make them questioning their own life. I will put pieces together in their brain that wakes them up to the fact that most of this system that we're living in was designed to keep people from pure creation. It's called limiting beliefs and social conditioning. I'm not a schizophrenic. I'm something. I'm traumatized. This is my 120 subscriber special. They came from Matan Evans' podcast. And he was one of the kids that I wanted to blow up. He was one of the kids that showed up at a small YouTuber. And I liked his style. And I wanted to see it go in a new direction. And then he exploded and met Kanye West. So it's only natural that a year or two later, my subscribers double from posting about how my life sucks in his comment section. I'm up because I have no place to sleep. I have to wait till sunrise, and I have to climb this mountain and find a place to hide. That there's no ticks, there's no flies, and there's no people. Because what it seems to me is that when I fall asleep, I open up some portal for like the highest vibrational energy possible. And it's really trying to come back to me. It's like myself comes down from the heavens. And if I don't have a safe place, I'm at war. As soon as I wake up. I guess I could go back to the river. I need a studio. Like I could go on stage, but I don't have. Holy shit! I'm seeing so much weird. Okay. So what is the? Yeah. What? No. I'm closing my eyes and there's a big buzzing and I see a light animal, and I was like, "Is it an angel?" And then it just tried to vacuum out my energy, and then then a Zerka video played where Zerka is talking about the demons that you think are angels are electric. So they look like they're angels, but they're not. They're just bright white because they're electric. And those are called archons, and they're attached to me because I expelled all this energy. I don't have the same boundaries. And like a zip, Just like that, like a snap. And here's my butterfly. It's a butterfly, it's not a moth. But it's going left to right. I'm afraid if I work a job, I'm going to sign my life away and lose everything that I've worked so hard for. All the energy that I learned being in the woods by myself. I don't want to sign a contract, get myself trapped like I was trapped in the past, and lose it just to have somebody else take it, eat it, and then somehow it winds up coming through somebody else. Yeah, and today, my co-star reading for today is Don't Sell Your Soul for Material Possessions. I have an AI astrology app that will give you lessons based on what you should be experiencing. And today was sign your soul away from material possessions. And today was the first day I was like, I'm gonna get a job, and I was serious about it. Like there's a carpenter's apprentice in about 100 miles north, which is like 4 days bike ride if I push it. I think I'm finally ready to believe that it's not butter. Okay, so these are called two-dimensional beings. When I close my eyes and I'm seeing cartoons hit my brain, and they're usually very upset. They're attacking me. Like in my head, when I close my eyes, all of a sudden my mind is filled with cartoons like Mickey Mouse like beating me senseless in my head. Like all the cartoons we grew up watching, where they're attacking each other in those side scroller cartoons, the old ones like Mickey Mouse. If you go back and look at the old Disney movies where they're like raping each other and beating each other, that was opening up a portal in your mind to be attacked by two-dimensional entities. Just saying. Which is why I need sleep, and the fifth dimension comes back, and then I have to wrestle the matrix to house it in order to create something. Most of my life, like most of my day, is waking up with the energy because I rested and I was able to go back to my natural state. And then I have to fight the matrix all day, usually losing pretty quickly, trying to keep myself in an unsafe environment. And then I build myself back up to that level. I made somebody tune out. So I'll lose it and then I'll fight to build it back throughout the day. Fight going through like 6 or 7 stages. And then I make something like I push hard and make stuff. Still, it could just be so much better that I'm ashamed. So we'll go to 404. I mean, after tonight, I don't want to turn off this live, man. I have nowhere to go, bro. I have no safe place to go right now. And if I stay here, if I fall asleep here, there's a security guard that's very low vibrational. Security guard gonna see me, man. You gonna hurt me, man. The dawn is setting in or something. Oh fuck, it's the witching hour soon. So, I just found, I took a second to feel my thoughts and emotions and energy, and I realized it's kind of being pumped at me, especially since when those girls showed up. I just looked, and I was starting to set boundaries again and fight off, and I realized there was so much going on. And then I traced this energy tether to me, and I just followed it over, and then I saw a silhouette of a light being poke its head out from behind the brick wall, and then a lightning bug flew out in front of that silhouette and is now flying at me, above me. So I'm being impulsively guided by something. Something's telling me smoke a cigarette, sit down on the ground, jerk off, panic. Lost 2 of them. Now I'm really cold. I'm safe, I'm protected, and I'm blessed. Leave me alone. A lot of loud noises suddenly, off in the distance. Huge, low thunder rumbling. But it's not thunder. They're saying ignorance is bliss. You don't want to know. You don't want to keep going like this. You'll scare yourself. But I wake up to it once a week. And I don't have anyone. They're most likely feeding me this stuff, and they're keeping me in this personality because they're like breaching a firewall so my usual creative style can't come forward. Or maybe, yeah, like that, or maybe whatever I was gonna say. That's not me. Like maybe this stuff is being fed to me, or they're spirit guides and they're urging me to continue on this simulation on my soul's journey. I got hit with something. Like I'm getting my eyes are like, look at my eyes. They're like barely open. Because to be fully authentic, you have to push. You have to push it all back. The energy is getting really dense. Like this type of wake up is waking up to realize all the different energies that are running me that I'm avoiding. And then when I kind of take control of that, it takes a lot of work. It's a lot of effort. I'm seeing little blips of light wrap around the bike and prod my back. And then I see something in my mind for a second. Now my leg is twitching. I think this is called electronic harassment, where they try to puppet you. They try to turn you into a puppet and convince you that their thoughts are yours. How to beat that is semen retention. So I'm able to recognize that I've watched enough Navajo teachings to know what I'm dealing with. They're just spirits. And an AI. Yeah, they're here. I don't know if they're soldiers or if they're scientists or if this is like a job for them. It's conscious. It's not like divine guidance. It's not like a Lord is opening up. It's like I'm feeling the energies of these things that are running around and it's because of me. It's like they're assigned to me. They're after me. Like if I close, I'm closing my eyes and seeing weird, really weird shit. Like a giant light opens up in my third eye, and then I saw like a Donald Duck character dancing, like a cartoon, and it was trying to get into my head. This is probably what I'm. This is like the dimension I've been avoiding or something. Now I'm seeing a cat with human eyes, and it was a cat clock. It was showing me a cat clock. Okay, then I saw my soul had like a faucet, and there was this weird demon woman that was drinking from my faucet and freaking out and trying to pull my hair. There's the bird. I've awoken the birds. The bird is speaking to me. It's all going to be okay. They're not going to hurt me anymore. I don't allow you to affect me anymore. In the name of Yeshua, Jesus Christ, I command all non benevolent entities to leave this space. I have faith that everything's going to work out. Are you guys here? Please tell me you guys are real. Like I I'm really embracing my powers, man. And I remember why it's so terrifying. But I know it's all working out in my favor. It all works out in my favor. I'm safe, I'm protected, and I'm blessed. 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 If you guys could pray for me really quick, I'd really appreciate it. I raised my awareness, and the birds started singing in code. There are tons of animals now that are active in the environment. I'm feeling a lot of heavy energies. It sucks that I'm in a vulnerable position like this. Not spiritually, though. I am safe, I am protected, and I am blessed. I am the cat's meow. I gained awareness of what I've been saying this whole time. It's not that I'm not ready. You guys know I'm a fighter. I'm still trying. Isn't that crazy, bro? I'm still trying. I like scared myself back into the illusion for a second. And I'm still fighting. Like I'm not giving up. Do I have to be alone for the whole thing? Okay, there's something huge at the top of the forest. Big stomp. When I'm raising my awareness, I'm raising the vibration and it's triggering all the bugs to react and the birds to react. I'm unaware whether it's their separate conscious entities working together in love, and that's like a network that I'm not in right now, and I'm raising my awareness to it, and that's calling them out, or if they're just different little chess pieces for a higher entity. I know there are different beings around. They just took me through 2D, then 3D, then 4D, and then when I got to 5D, which is everything's a stage. I'll say it, everything's a stage, bro. Please don't send me to jail or kill me. Screaming. There's screaming happening outside. I've never heard that sound in my life. It sounds like it sounds like the Aztec whistles. They're toying with me, and I'm seeing a light being poke its head out. when you raise your awareness like this, you can start to really pay attention to the music of everything and really get into the emotional depth of it, and you start to see that, oh, oh, fuck. I just realized that I have been unaware for a long time. I don't know the consequences of waking up. It's all love, right? It's not a trick. It's a wolf. There's a wolf that keeps howling. It's a legitimate wolf. I've been outside for years. I have no, like, is this going to be a bear? Is this going to be a bare knuckle brawl against me and feral animals? Because I'm lighting a cigarette. If that's the case. If you're going to sick some wolves on me, man. Like, I just have this weird feeling that everything... Okay, they're not going to. The lighting bug's going left to right. Right to left if I should not smoke the cigarette. If that's going to ruin this. I don't know why anyone and their mother would tune this out. This is what you paid to see, guys. This is me wrestling with myself. I've come to this point many times in my life where I'm at the precipice of what the true reality is. Affirmations work. Yes, they do. I'm safe, I'm protected, and I'm blessed. Okay, they work because I'm loved. And I'll tell you, I've gone further than this before, and then I would go into public, and I would go get bitches. I think, yes, I did. But what I don't know is this electrical energy? Is this information that I'm receiving? Is this the electrical demons? Is this a possession ritual? The owl's calling. The owl's here. Is Jesus made up? Did Jesus die for my sins and I'm automatically allowed to be in that fifth dimensional space because someone else has already sacrificed himself? I mean, there is a bug going right to left on the ground. It's very cold. So I'm using my mind I'm using my own energy, and I'm controlling the energy in the space to fight and hold the bubble against the unknown. And I'm raising my awareness of the outside slowly. And that's when things are coming in and it's getting cold. Sometimes. Not anymore. Get out. In the name of Jesus Christ, I push you back. I'm feeling like I'm losing. Maybe that's a real attack. Maybe it's a cigarette. Literal wolves howled. The bird woke up and started speaking to me in code. Then a wolf came and I could feel what the wolf was saying without drugs. Just waking up to myself like I've been talking about. What I'm afraid to do. There's only the present moment, right? Okay, thank you. Something said I would not, 2020 Casey would not make it this far. 2020 Casey would not have this reckless abandon and excitement for what's to come. Instead of being terrified, he's communicating. And I'm sat on my throne. Right to left, if the 33 life path is bullshit, if the reincarnation is bullshit, it went left to right, so it's not. Where it wants me to think that. I saw a little tiny fairy that said that's not the case. This is the case. I'm the case. They're snotty. They're being snotty with me. Do you like how I'm trolling? I'm not trolling you. I'm trolling. Like the way that I'm speaking is a little bit trolly. Like I'm playing with them. You think Joe Rogan could do this? I guess Joe Rogan does it every night, right? Yeah, the cigarettes are not good for me. So don't charge. So the thing is with the animals, when you get to this level, they don't like it in the past. Maybe I'm a bit too domineering. But usually when I wake up to this, the animals will charge me. Or they have in the past gotten upset at my awareness. I allow the benevolent good spirits to overtake the bad and to open up a way. Okay, I'm getting demiurge, farming consciousness. That's why I'm feeling weaker. I'm not though, I'm strong. I'm strong. I'm strong. But the weakness I feel is because I'm spending a lot of emotional energy processing this. Or it feels that way. It feels as though I might be spending a lot of emotional energy trying to figure this out. Something told me they're playing you like a flute. I can't tell if these spirits I'm speaking to now, because they're talking to me in the voices of people that had hurt me in the past. Maybe those are energies that are stuck on me. That was weird. What does pissing do? When you pee, are you expending energy? Am I removing the water and that water is housing my consciousness? Like, I'm being reminded of 2020. Like, I'm telling you when I tell you guys that I was a lot further along than I am now in terms of like my ability to house this information and process and make decisions, and I told you I was in a position where many people were coming to my house daily and I was leading people just in different levels. Like, I lead people. I'm always leading people. I'm pissing a wall. I'm doing the pee ring like in SpongeBob, right on camera. So take me down the road that's a little bit winding, to a place they still put sugar in your iced tea, where the women are fine and the love is fair. The? I heard on YouTube that God's name is the King, the mighty, the grand, the royal. Now I feel like an old man. I'm still seeing them. I don't know who I am anymore. I gave it everything, they left me at the floor. I gave it everything, they threw it at the door. Am I crazy or has everybody lost their mind? I don't like the way that everybody stares. Empty pupils like there ain't nobody there. Catch me broken down and running from the mirror like, does anybody out there really care? Insecure. Insecure. That's another song I made. Should I antagonize the wolves? Oh my God. But if I get on disability, it's yet another contract where I give away my power, right? When I got on EBT, I felt like I lost a lot of my spiritual abilities. Like, getting on EBT was a horrible decision because I allowed the government. But I was tired of eating out of the dumpster and getting sick. Okay. So I need to fast. I need to clean out my insides because I'm having trouble keeping the energy inside my body. My body is kind of, maybe that's COVID. Is that COVID? That I'm losing touch with my ability to hold presence and information inside of my body, right to left. That's a confirmation. So me being out in public has caused me to get the sickness that everybody else has, that when I was in isolation, I was able to heal. And that's how I was able. I would lock myself in the car and I would fight off the codes, and I was eating right. And I would lock myself in the Abbott, and I would work out all day, and I'd only come out at night unless I was completely delusional. Boom. I don't know what to do. What would you do? Very cold. Should I point you at my face, or should I point you at the darkness? There are there are so many aliens, then they all look different. Like, I'm closing my eyes and seeing shit. I need to learn spiritual protection because I'm closing my eyes and it's a lot of shit. It's like the first thing was like there was this white and gray, silvery, almost like jellyfish thing with, I don't know if it has two big eyes and tons of little ones, but it was like latched onto me. It was doing something, and then I tried to fight back against it. Like now I'm seeing, I don't know if it's showing me something or if it's warning me, but it showed me a mad scientist put LSD on my tongue, and then an alien was trying to keep me in a virtual reality headset. And then when I tried to fight back against it, all of a sudden everything turned dark, and I saw a bunch of different types of dogs biting, like trying to gnaw at my face. Now I'm seeing a good dog protecting me against the bad stuff, like ripping at each other. It's a fight. Like I'm closing my eyes and there's a big fight going on. And I'm seeing like girls who I've interacted with in the past online. I have this strong feeling like the entire world is a show for me. Like they all love me. And they're like proud and thankful and blessed that I had given them attention. They don't seem like good beings. Like there was something floating above me that just latched on a giant, weird, geometrically shaped, dark clasp over my head, and it put on a plague doctor mask of me trying to understand the sickness, probably. Now it's a bunch of women getting naked. Now it's a bird showing me that it's very upset at all the flies that I killed today. Like nature is telling me that it's not happy that I killed the fly. I killed a bunch of flies today. The flies were just on me all day, swirling around me. And usually I can just like say no and emanate an aura that repels them. Now it's like a homunculus of like 6 different women that are all naked and conjoined like twins, trying to get me to stick my dick inside it spiritually. But I don't think that's me. I think that's the VR headset, right? Like that's the same entity pretending it's me doing it to itself. Maybe. Maybe I just don't know how to control those energies. It's just showing me a bunch of different girls in different clothes. Like the outfit of the girls are changing. So how do I... It's just a bunch of like animated, like anime 3D models of girls. The birds are coming back. I'm seeing like weird dogs, a weird Dalmatian with like really sharp teeth. What are they distracting me from? This is a distraction. Usually when spiritual people say this happens to you, it's because they're doing something else in the background. Usually like if I had rest at night and I could house energy back in myself, where I'm not talking like this, and I feel like I have more control over my personal sovereignty in the fifth dimension, this stuff doesn't happen. At least not to my awareness. It's just a lot of sex. It's showing me a lot of girls being fucked by a bunch of like weird, crazy looking, like exaggerated versions of like robot guys and giant barbarians with like cracks in their head. And it's all the different girls that I was interested in, like all the girls that I liked. Like if I scroll through my social media and I have like people I follow that pop up on my page a lot, the girls I think are pretty, it's just showing them being fucked by some monster. Okay, a giant tentacle claw just popped in front of my face and it went like a joke. It went like this. And then I said no, and then it retracted, and then this entity put its thumbs down and said like don't exercise control, and then I changed it to positive thinking. I raised the vibration, and then it put the thumbs back up like okay. Okay, I'm seeing parasitic worms and disease in like a nucleus cell, like a brain parasite. I started chewing away the entities with authority, and my vibe was dark, and they started running away from me. it changed to a bunch of stuff. It changed to like them showing me in like a sick Matrix style virtual reality where I'm hairless and I'm in like a cloning tank or something, or like I'm half alive, just enough to project myself here. And then it showed me like they turn into Monsters Inc. characters, which are the monsters that scare people for energy. And then I attacked them. Or I didn't attack, I just shooed them away like no. And then a voice said, "You're ready for the upcoming spiritual war." And then it showed me like a three-headed Avatar: The Last Airbender when he, as an adult, in his Avatar state. Okay, the Lyrans, the Lion people, or this entity pretending to be the Lions, has showed me that if I get a tattoo, they're able to work through me. They can help me if I get a tattoo of a lion's paw on my hand. And there's a bug flying right to left. So I'm assuming this is my spiritual gifts. This is my crowning moment. I went through the origin story. I suffered all this over and over again, mostly because of my own incompetence and fear. But maybe you were preparing me for this. I'd like to have this keep. I don't like that. Okay, so that was like a mantis spirit, like a gross insect that stuck its tongue at me. Now there's tons of bugs. They're raping me. Okay, okay. Burn, burn. No. That was disgusting. How do I say no? Okay, no. How do I say no? I fight back. No. I did no positive thing. No. No. Lyrans instead. I don't like this. The Lyrans were helpful. The Lyrans were helpful. Bring the Lyrans back. No. Insects are not good. I don't know how to fix that. There's a bug running at me right now. What's he gonna do? So basically, the lions came. The lion sent me a message, and then a bug basically raped me. It like stuck its tendrils in the top of my head, and I felt it go weave through my system, and it started turning my spirits in, like when they say sipping spirits, all the spirits in your body. It raped me and turned them into bugs, and the bugs are like in a chain floating in my consciousness now, and it's they're like forcing their way in to integrate into my system, and the Lyrans are just watching. Or they want me to believe that's the case. They're trying to structure my belief systems. I remember a lot. It wasn't this cinematic, it wasn't this animated. It was more like a feeling in 2020s, 2021, where I would just feel the electromagnetic tendril go up my fucking ass, and I was trying to fight it, and I was trying to creatively assert it, and I'd have to hold a vibe to protect against it. But with this, okay, there's a young Native American girl in modern day clothes came in and was disappointed in me and just showed me her squashing the bugs. I'm afraid to kill things. And I'm afraid to. I've been gaslit so much and traumatized that I don't believe that anything I do, it, it's doubt now. Because of my mom and police. That when I try to imagine myself squashing the bugs, it doesn't work. Because I'm not confident that I'm not certain. And that's all the power and mental think. Okay, they're full. It's a full attack. It's a full actual spiritual attack in some dimension where I'm trying to dissolve the bugs and convert them. I'm trying to push the bugs back. It's a creative war. The spiritual war is creative. You're having real creative battles with other entities. And there are other things that are helping me, or at least they offered if I got a tattoo of a paw on my hand, then they would have access to help me. But we know in Kabbalion ritual magic that they believe that the butterfly tattoo symbolize. Now that we know that, it was like a weird stink bug. It looks like the thing. If you look at if you look at the thing from the Ender's Game movie, it was that thing, something like that. And it's trying to put a bunch of bugs in my. So this could be the virtual reality headset at the start that I said that shoved on me, and that's what I'm like playing a game, maybe, and it's not actually happening in my spirit, or maybe it is. It seems more like an alien or some type of, maybe this is a direct energy weapon fucking with me, and usually I'm protected, but maybe I revealed too much. I shared too much of my secrets or something. So this probably happens to my subconscious all day. I'm assuming this is artificial intelligence or something that it's like it stuck itself inside. And now it's like there's this big pressure on my head, and I'm just seeing faces and disappointment and different vibes. I banish you. I expel all those bugs. They convert back into Casey. Not as bugs, they dissolve. I relinquish their control over me. So this is like genetic codes. So a higher entity, like an angelic being or whatever, I asked it what the simple thing to do is, and it showed me that it's just so simple with it just it chopped them to bits and then blew them away like a fan. I asked for help and the birds are here. The birds are going to war against it. The birds eat the bugs. One of my ancestors just reached her hand down and said, "It takes you'd have to be one of the bravest souls on the planet to do this." Now all the birds are awake. The birds came to help me and now they're going to wake up all the other ones. I still feel the remnants of the bug. As another one crawls towards me at full speed. I'm assuming that this is like a node in the network. So him going under my chair in the 3D is them trying to bring in the energy in the 5D with it so that he can transmit himself. And that's why he's directly under my chair. And they've been crawling on me all day. I'm reminded as when I was a child and I would sit alone and I would watch these bugs and I would do experiments and listen to the birds by myself out in the woods. It's a new day. I have to find a way to save the world. Because are you going to do this? Left or right if I failed the initiation? So I need to learn how to house. I'm reminded. Did it cut off my live? No, we're here. I asked if I failed the initiation, and then I know now that I need to house energy better in my body. But this is just a different level because I do this naturally, actually. I just had a new awareness and ability to talk and communicate with the things different than I do in the past usually. Maybe I opened up to a higher reality. I don't know if I should get the tattoo. I don't like tattoos now that I know. But I take this stuff and I think I add this to when I make merch when I'm sitting around by myself. This is the universe has allowed me, or they have allowed me, whatever, or I just did it myself because I could. Brought you guys on this experience live. It looks like an hour was just deleted from my live stream. We're back at 3:17. They just wiped an hour off the live stream. That's why it stopped. But the lightning bug is here. So if you guys got to see that, the government just deleted it. The aliens or something just deleted it. That whole experience. I'm out here at war, bruh, and I don't even realize it. I didn't realize how I had forgotten. In this year in 2020, it was like there was a scattered random alien occurrence once every few hours. I would like have something pop in and I'd communicate with it and it'd leave. Or in some bad cases, I would feel like it was something monstrous and I was up against a final boss battle. I don't know. When we were at 5 hours and now we're at 3 hours and 18 minutes. Maybe when it gets to 5, maybe we hit 5 hours and it wiped. I'm going to go live again. Unless a lightning bug goes right to left. Okay, wish me luck in ending this live and starting the live again. I don't even know how to end the live now.